call the meeting to order. Mr. Hohen, may I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Giommi. Supervisor White. Supervisor Horton. Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We're now on agenda item number 3, which is our invocation. Pastor Pat, I know he's there. He is. Good morning.
Oh, I think many of you have heard this. This is a Hobby Lobby sign. This is where we got ours at home. This is the beginning of a brand new day. You have been given this day to use as you will. You can waste it or you can use it for good. What you do with today is important because you're exchanging a day of your life for it. When tomorrow comes, this day will be gone forever. In its place is something that you will have left behind. Let it be something good. It reminds me of the verse that this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, we pray for this day. We pray for the proceedings, the agenda items that are here. Lord, we ask you that give insight and wisdom. Let there be a calm. Let there be peace. Let there be understanding. Let there be reasoning. Lord, we come before you and offer this day to you to use it for your glory. At the end of this day, Lord, let it be done. Let what we have done be done for something good. May it be done for you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so very much.
welcome.
Starts our day off right.
Amen.
Okay, Miss Bannister, would you give us the privilege of leading the pledge? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just say one thing.
Absolutely. We're on public comment. Go
Hey,
ahead.
When I was in the Philippines, there was a pastor there that he had to work with a budget.
Yeah.
So today's budget day, and he would look at the peso, the currency there, and in the Philippines, he said, I would grab that carabao by two horns and I'd stretch that thing as far as I could do it. So if that helps you today, stretch those dollars and stretch that budget side.
I need that help. We're positive we need that. Thank you.
All right, great day.
Okay, we're on public comment, and this is our first one that's a general public comment. I don't know that I have anyone asking for original on, I just want to make sure on the list. So now we're at just general, people can come up. So Mr. Garrett.
Morning, Mayor, Board. Yeah, my name is Garrett Lapierre, and I'm the president of the Neighborhood Downtown Neighborhood Improvement District here in Carson City. And I'm here to respectfully ask the board to take agenda item 31A and take the resolution ordinance portion of that agenda item off of the agenda today. The assessments are fine. There's no issues with that. But there's three reasons that we have concerns. We haven't had enough time to review it, as the second version of that just came out yesterday, and the city was good about getting that to us, but we still haven't had enough time to take a look at that and have our legal take a look at that. Second thing, the funding formula that is proposed in there will leave us insolvent within 2 to 2.5 years. So we really want to work with city staff to make sure that we get the funding formula right and that we have enough money in the coffers to make this thing work moving forward. Number 3, amending the ordinance without the co-op agreement at the same time is against the agreement. So the ordinance and the co-op agreement go together. They live together. And right now, you guys are just going to amend the ordinance without the co-op. They should be done at the same time, and we want to work with city staff to make that happen. So that's our respectful request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have any other general public comment? Come on up. Woohoo. Good morning, Leanne.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the board. My name's Leanne Keever, and I am Chair of the Carson City Parks and Rec Commission, and I'm here to ask for your support in the budget that we're going to be presenting later this morning. Park staff has worked hard and diligently on the budget to ensure that we don't impact the general fund any more than needed. The commission members have reviewed, and we have picked at the budget, and we have come up with what we feel is a budget that will benefit the citizens of Carson City who use the parks and open spaces. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
you.
Do I have any other? No? Yes? Come on up. Good morning, Miss Humphrey.
Good morning. I have to identify myself.
Oh, push it back green. She had left it on. No, it's not. It needs to be green.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. My name is Mary Ann Humphrey. Good morning, Mayor and Board of Supervisors. I just want to comment. I understand there's been some proposals to do things to increase our property taxes or to pay for things. And I don't know if any of you have been down to the legislature since it's been in process, but I have had the opportunity to do it. It's been a very wonderful learning experience. But the majority of all of them want to keep increasing our property taxes. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of limited. And we're all going to be run out of our homes if we keep saying, oh, it's just this small amount and this just a small amount. Well, we can't afford to keep paying. Maybe everybody needs to start tightening their budgets instead of making new projects and other things, because we need to take care of the citizens. And if we don't have money, we can't help fund anything. So anyway, I just want everybody to be aware, because the legislature has no problem with creating these not so nice bills, yet taxing us. And it's just something for everybody to be aware of. Anyway, thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else? Mr. Nagel?
Good morning, Richard Nagel for the record. I just wanted to say about the proposed budget that there's approximately 18 people they're adding on to it. I think we're headed into a recession, and I don't think it's wise to pad the staffing or add extra staffing that we may have to lay off later if economic downturns happen. This is the first year that in my life that I've never got a refund on my taxes because the tax structure's been changed. We're running out of money. I'm running out of money. I've lost almost 40% of the stuff I put away in my 401k. I think we need to be aware of that. We've had 2 big banks fail in California. I think it's time we, took a look and tightened our belt and not put any more new taxes on the board or the people here. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you. Do I have any other? Okay, we're going to move then to agenda item number 6, which is approval of our minutes of March 16th, 2023. Does anybody have any corrections or changes? If not, I'll accept a motion for approval, please.
I move to approve the Carson City Board of Supervisors meeting minutes of March 16th, 2023 as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. We're now on to item 7 of our agenda, which is presentations of our proclamation recognizing April as Volunteer Appreciation Month. Okay, do you guys want to join me on the floor? Let me then. I'm going to actually take this with me because we'll be down there. Gets our day started off right when we can celebrate. All right. So, this is a Volunteer Appreciation Month. Whereas April was designated as Volunteer Appreciation Month by a presidential proclamation in 1974. This is a time to recognize the hard work, dedication, and passion of volunteers and national service members throughout our community. Whereas in 2022, volunteers provided over 3,930 hours to the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Department alone. That's pretty fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. Which is a testament to the compassion and generosity of the Carson City community spirit. And whereas Carson City commemorates National Volunteer Appreciation Month by recognizing its valued volunteers and national service members at the Board of Supervisors meeting on this day, April 20, 2023. And whereas government alone cannot meet all of the nation's needs, so the city partners with businesses, faith and service-based groups, nonprofit organizations, foundations, and individuals who serve in city government and in our community to make a difference. Whereas Carson City is committed to encouraging volunteerism and national service among its employees, citizens, partners, businesses, and organizations. And now, therefore, I, Lori Bagwell, Mayor of Carson City, Nevada, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Volunteer Appreciation Month in Carson City. And I urge all citizens to volunteer or give national service in our community throughout the year. By volunteering and recognizing those who serve, we promote partnership, understanding, and collaborative problem solving in our community. And she is our volunteer coordinator. And did you want to say anything?
I will keep it very brief. So I'm Chelsea Kinchel. I'm the volunteer coordinator for Carson City Parks, Rec, and Open Space. And this is just to acknowledge not only our department volunteers, but all of our volunteers. And I aim to do this every year going forward. And so I'm going to be doing a lot more outreach to figure out, who all relies on volunteers to help, and just to show appreciation within our city. And then I wanted to give a couple of shout outs to some upcoming volunteer events that we have. So tomorrow, Target will be out at Buzzy's Ranch Trail for their Adopt a Trail, which is just helping keep Buzzy's Ranch clean of trash. I know it flooded down there, so removing any of that washed up, and also dog waste. And then on Saturday, Boy Scout Troop 341 will be doing an Eagle Scout project at the Kuntz Trailhead. They'll be doing trail brushing. And then the Common Grounds Church will be out with me at the Lone Mountain Cemetery helping straighten headstones that are sinking because we had such a wet winter. So we're going to be out there helping do those. And then we also have a group of volunteers participating in a state historical preservation training at the end of this month to do historical surveying out at Silver Saddle Ranch. Yeah, so we have a very big commitment of volunteers in our community, and it is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Wonderful. And I can see another group along the back wall, the search and rescue and volunteers from the sheriff's office. I'm going to bet their hours are pretty significant if we put that one together too. I'm just so proud of our community for all that it does. It takes the whole community to make it work. I really take stock in the fact of what this says. It's not just government. We couldn't exist without you, the people, and you're what makes the community wonderful. So thank you. And I really would like all the volunteers that are in the room to come up for the picture. Come on, everybody's got to get in the picture because it's just what she said. It's about all of you. Come on, I see you, Colleen. You can't hide back there on the wall. She's hiding. Come on. And any family that wants to. That's right. She really works hard at that sheriff's office and very proud of all that work that she does. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, our next one is our Employee of the Quarter Award. And this year, they're in the room, and you can kind of guess where it comes from and actually see some other members. So this is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors recognizing Houston Bernston, firefighter, paramedic, as the Employee of the Quarter. Come on, right? Woo-hoo. We're just going to start with that. Congrats. Okay, now I got to brag about it. Get in, you got to get bragged about. Right? We got to put it on the record. We got to make it right. Okay, whereas Carson City's quality of life attracts talented and loyal employees. I'm going to add minimum 25 years. Okay. That's on the record. You guys heard it. Okay. Whereas every day, Carson City employees put to use their broad array of skills and expertise with efficiency and integrity for the benefit of everyone in our city. And whereas Carson City values its employees and acknowledges that recognizing employees for their hard work and dedication is critical to the future health and growth of our city. Whereas we owe a substantial debt of gratitude to the Carson City employees and applaud those who go above and beyond in their loyalty and ability. And this quarter, that is, Houston Bernston, firefighter paramedic, is an outstanding and dedicated employee with the Carson City Fire Department, has taken the initiative to develop and implement a fire and EMS emergency management system. I actually know what the initials, medical management and fire, right? Okay, documentation system to ensure accurate patient care, thereby contributing to the fulfillment of the city's mission, values, and vision. Pretty special, huh? And therefore, I, Lori Bagwell, Mayor of Carson City, celebrate the dedicated accomplishments of Houston Bernston in serving the community and do hereby proclaim Houston Bernston as the employee of the quarter. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah, don't go away. Okay. Woohoo! And the employee quarter gets a big check. Not necessarily a big amount of money, but it is appreciation to just say thank you for going above and beyond. 200.
That's a lot of ice cream.
And I really believe his family members, if they'd like to come and get in the picture, it would be wonderful. Come on, come and get in the picture. Yeah, come on, Jim. Come on, Mary Lynn. It's really about celebrating community. Come on. Right? So exciting. Come on, Mary Lynn. These are, and he comes from good stock. Thank you so much. Oops.
One more, sorry.
Thank you guys so much for coming up. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That's to your local bank, Jim. Okay. Yeah, she's like, give me that right now. We are thrifty, we reuse the check. Yeah. Okay, our next item is 7C, which is our length of service certificates for our employees. And so the first one we're gonna do, let's see, Nikki, are you gonna come up? Is Faith Barber for our workforce program case manager with 5 years. There's Faith, there she is.
Congratulations, Faith. So 7 years ago, we started to hear about community health workers and how they could assist with individuals' basic needs. That's when Faith Barber was hired at Carson City Health and Human Services as a temporary employee. Faith helped sculpture the role of a community health worker within the Human Services Division, which was non-traditional. A pilot project was developed and Faith linked the most vulnerable residents of Carson City with healthcare, resulting in a reduction of ER visits among the individuals in our housing program. In addition, assistance was given for those applying for Social Security disability. With Faith's guidance, a process that can take 2 to 3 years was trimmed to under 6 months for a Social Security approval. 2 years later, she was hired as a Carson City employee, filling the workforce case manager position for the Human Services Division, which is our current division, current position. And when it came up for her longevity, our employees were, hasn't she been with us longer than that? And it's like, yes, she has. She continues to combine her community health worker skills with employment, increasing success for clients getting back to work. Faith coordinates and hosts the Carson City Job Fair each year. She averages 55 employers at each job fair and has given the opportunity for over 500 job seekers to have face-to-face discussion with a potential employer. At the most recent job fair, 91% of those job seekers rated the event very good or excellent. 98 said they benefited from the job fair, and 35% had interviews scheduled before they left. Because of the comments and suggestions she received, she coordinated another job fair within 2 months, which is quite a task. Exclusively for seniors looking for part-time positions. This year, she was able to re-implement the life skills workshops on a weekly basis. Faith became a member of Carson City's FAST team, which is a Forensic Assessment Services Triage team, in 2018. She has a passion for giving individuals the tools they need to stabilize and find success as they reenter society after incarceration. The last 2 years, Faith has spent many hours on the regional team that is working on a universal, streamlined procedure, to track data on the FAST programs. And we know that's not her favorite job, but she knows how important it is. Because of the roots Faith planted with the community health worker position, last year, Human Services was successful at making it a permanent city position. If it can be done, Faith will find a way to do it. At least once a day, we hear Faith say, "I just want to help people." So congratulations.
Woohoo! Oh, I can't wait to hear about the next one. You want to come up, Ellie's going to do this? Okay, our next one for 5 years is Casey Peterson, our youth advisor. I can't believe, I just can't believe 5 years.
Come on up, Casey. So we are so lucky to have Casey. We stole him from Public Works, and it was a great steal. Sorry, Darren, if you're in the room, I don't know. But anyway, this guy is amazing. He truly has so much passion working with the youth. He really has a heart for it. I could go on and on about you and everything that you do for our department, but most importantly for the kids that you work with every day and the lives that you touch every day. I can't thank you enough for everything you do for our kids and our department. I'm going to hand it off to Frank because I know he has a few words to say too.
Thank you. Tough act to follow down there, by the way. Man. Anyways, hey, Casey Peterson started his career in Carson City at the Parks Department in 2018. He transferred to Public Works in 2019. Came to work with us at the detention family over in 2021. He's definitely been a welcome addition over there. I just got to stop for a second. I've only been there for about 17 years, but I've never seen anybody do room checks, which he does quite frequently, wearing a panda head or horse head. It's something new, but you know what? Casey does what he has to build rapport with kids. He gravitates towards the kids that are kind of a tough one to follow, the tough nut to crack. He'll talk to everybody. He builds rapport. He'll talk to them. When he is talking to them, I've always noticed he'll always start off with, "Well, let me tell you how it was when I was about your age." Then he'll go on. He's a man of many stories. I always say I want to read his memoirs when he gets older because he's just done so much, and he's a welcome addition to our family. I'm just proud to call Casey a coworker and a friend. I hope he's with us for the next 20-ish years. And I just want to thank him for his dedication to changing the lives that he does, not only with staff, but with the juveniles that we serve. Thank you, buddy.
Employees that want to join for the picture?
Oh, stand.
Toffee.
Oh.
Pretty impressive. Was that? Oh my gosh, how exciting. Oh, don't, trying to be shorter than me? Thank you for that. You're all right.
I wanted you to fit.
Make sure you can see everybody's face. Good. We heard that click. So thank you all. The bottom of our heart. Thank you. We'll give it just a moment to let those that want to exit. Yeah. I'm powerless. Okay, we're gonna proceed with our agenda. We're now on to our consent agenda. Is there any member that would like, maybe we're gonna proceed, if I can spit it out this morning. Is there any member that would like an item pulled for further discussion? 14A?
A,
14?
14A.
Okay. Any others? Okay, then I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda as published with the exception of 14A.
Give me a minute, it's a long one. I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 9B, 10A, 10,
Need 8, boy.
oh, sorry, missed a whole page. Sorry, let's try again. I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 8B, 9A, 9B, 10A, 10B, 10C, 11A, 12A, 12B, 13A, 14B, 14C, 14D, 14E, 14F, and 15A as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. The item that was pulled, we will hear now, which is agenda item 14A. This is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed interlocal agreement between Carson City and the Rehabilitation Division of the State of Nevada Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation for vending machines. Miss Akers, are you going to brief us on this one?
Yes, thank you. Again, for the record, Carol Akers, Purchasing and Contracts Administrator. Excuse me, this is a zero-cost interlocal with the state. They do provide vending machines and, the restocking services for the city. Currently, we have 3, 1 at City Hall and 2 at the courts.
Does any member have a specific question or anything they'd like?
Yeah,
Mr. White?
After reviewing NRS 426, I have substantial problems with this contract in that it establishes a caste society by creating a special class of people and granting license priority to that specific group of people regarding business opportunity. Our founders strongly warned us against establishing a caste society and in fact blatantly formed our government to avoid this sort of institution. And where I come with that is, and also it effectively establishes a monopoly by restricting a business opportunity to a specific class of people. Monopolies are inherently bad for business and are in fact against the law. So where I read in 426 that this creates a caste society at 426.640 for the purpose of providing certain persons with remunerative employment, enlarging the economic opportunities of certain persons, such persons licensed under the provisions of NRS 426.630 to 426.715 inclusive by the Bureau have priority right to operate vending machines in or on any public buildings or properties. Additionally, to creating a caste society, NRS 426 gives broad power to state government to enter and control the construction and management of our facilities. It is never a good idea to let somebody else control our facilities. I find that at NRS 426.660, that says, when new construction, remodeling, leasing, acquisition, or improvement of public buildings or priorities is authorized, consideration must be given to planning and making available suitable space and facilities for the establishment of at least one vending facility to be operated by a licensee, those certain persons I spoke of earlier. Written notice must be given to the Bureau by the person or agency having charge of the planning and design of any such project within 30 days after the commencement of the planning and design of the project. At 426.670 subsection 1A, the Bureau shall make surveys of public buildings and priorities to determine their suitability as locations for vending facilities to be operated by licensees, that group of certain persons I spoke of earlier, and advise the heads of the public entities that have care, custody, and control of the public buildings or properties of its findings. We approve a lot of construction and remodeling and acquisition of properties. I don't know why we should have to ask another entity how we should go about doing that. I find this whole proposal completely objectionable. As to the idea that this is mandatory, I do recognize that throughout this entire NRS 46, there is a lot of language that says shall and must. But when you get to 426.670 subsection 2, it says, if a survey is conducted pursuant to the paragraph, further down it says, if the public entity reaches agreement with the Bureau, and in the last sentence it says, the Bureau may enter into a contract with such a public entity concerning the operation of vending machines. So I reject the idea that it's mandatory, and I respectfully ask this board to reject this item 14A, as again, it creates a caste society and a monopoly and gives control of our facilities to an entity other than ourselves.
Thank you. Does any other member have a question? Supervisor Shooty.
Carol, can you give us a little background on what, on the program? Thank you.
Sure. Like I said, I'm only aware that there's currently 3 vending machines throughout the whole city. And they come in and they install the machines, and then they have their employees that come on site to refill, collect the monies, that kind of a thing. Occasionally they do update the machines. Like I want to say the one at City Hall was updated maybe about a year ago, to a newer vending machine, but it's still the same drinks, snacks.
To your knowledge, so on the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, through the Rehabilitation Division and Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation, so is this a program that is giving people the opportunity to train to to perhaps get back on their feet, to learn. I don't, it's hard to say that vending machine per se is a trade, but
Right.
I imagine the mechanics of it and the ordering and the supply chain and all of that would be a
Right, like a
skill set.
vocational training.
So is
they
that
provide.
to your knowledge, is that the intent behind this?
Yeah, right, that's the intent of the department that handles the vending machines, yes.
Thank you.
Does any member have further question? I don't see any. Is there any public comment on this item? It's up to you whether you'd like, it's not necessary, no. You may. You may. Absolutely. And he will not be subject to the 3-minute as he's actually a participant to the agreement itself, just for the public to understand the difference. Please put your name on the record and then, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
My name is Richard Eberly. I'm with Bank Business Enterprises of Nevada. That is the blind program for Nevada for blind operators to run facilities in the state of Nevada. So those individuals are blind. Those individuals run their own facilities. In your case, the facilities are being filled by a contractor that fills those facilities for that blind operator. Here in Carson City, the blind operator is the one that gets the money for that facility as living expenses. It is not, we're trying to get, this program puts them out there to be able to be in society, to be able to run their own business. And under the Randolph-Shepard Act, this is a federal act, which was implemented in the NRSs, the reason that was put in there is because they have first right of refusal. That's why it's in there, okay? Those machines are being filled. The operator that is here in town that gets money from those machines, that is his income, okay? So if you start taking that away from our operators, they're gonna have to look other places for income.
We are not by any chance, we're not adding to what currently exists within our city buildings. And do you know how long have we had the vending machines? For very long time. So this is really a renewal of the same activity. We're not looking to add or do construction or anything to put in more machines.
Unless it's upon your request.
Right.
So if you say you would like to see if you
More
qualify
somewhere.
for a vending machine in another building, at that time we'd say, how many people are in there? Does it have public access? Because we, as a survey, we have to see if it's going to justify to be able to have money coming from that machine to be able to go to that operator. Okay?
Thank you. Does anyone else have any?
Well,
Curtis?
I would just like to reiterate, or not reiterate, but state that I have no problem with training and education. But when you create a license priority, you've gone too far. And I don't particularly care about whatever act the speaker mentioned earlier. This is bad government to create what is considered a caste society because you offer license priority. This city should do these vending machines the same way we do vending services for any other service that we put out for bid. That's just the way it should be.
Thank you. Supervisor Horton, were you wanting to comment?
My comment was only that this program has been in place for 40-plus years that I'm aware of. And I know that the Services for the Blind, that's an important program for the community and for these operators. And I understand Supervisor White's position as well, and I agree in the sense that, you know, we should monitor and keep an eye on government and regulations and how things are done, without a doubt. But it has been a long-standing program for some time.
Is there any further public comment? May I ask the district attorney's office, is there anyone legal reason that I should not approve this contract? Or this interlocal, sorry?
I'm unaware of any reason, the federal statute that allowed the Nevada legislature to enact NRS 426 has been in place since the 30s.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, don't see any other public comment. Supervisor White, you pushed your button first for motion, so you may.
I move to not approve or authorize the city manager to execute the agreement as presented.
Is there a second? Okay, it dies for a lack of a second. Is there another motion? Supervisor Schutte?
I move to approve and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement as presented.
Is there a second? I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
Let the record reflect that Supervisor White voted no. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move on to, let me just make sure, is Catherine Ford? I don't know, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Borda? You're here. I just wanted to make sure you were here so that we could move to this agenda item. We are now on agenda item 17A, which is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal filed by Catherine, is it Board or Borda? Borda. Concerning the Planning Commission's approval of an application from Carson Luxury Housing, LLC, for a special use permit to construct a multifamily residential development on property zone neighborhood business located on the southeast corner of Stafford Way and Silver Sage Drive. Ms. Manzo, and I do want to acknowledge for the record, we did receive a public comment on that item, and I just want to put that on the record. Ms. Manzo, would you take us through this item, please? Just bring it closer.
Good morning, Heather Manzo for the record. So the property is on the southeast corner of Silver Sage and Stafford Way. It's the one remaining parcel within this PUD to be developed. And to go over the appeal filing that you have received, the appellant noted 3 main items and provided several pages that I'm sure Ms. Borde will explain to you during her presentation. But in summary, it's really about her feeling that the project isn't compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and she felt it didn't comply with code. So what I really want to just reiterate is the Planning Commission staff report does go through each of the necessary findings in order to make a recommendation to approve a special use permit. And one of those findings is compatibility with neighborhood, and the other is code compliance. So this project site, as well as most of the surrounding area, is neighborhood business. So that's a commercial zone. The only reason this request came in for special use permit is because a residential use is required to go through special use permit process to be approved in a non-residential zoning district. The Planning Commission staff report does note all of the findings could be made, and the Planning Commission did modify the conditions of approval, but did find that they could support the request and approved it. Some of the conditions that were added had to do with limiting the construction hours, which totally appropriate in a residential neighborhood, and some additional fencing to ensure that there's a separation between uses from the existing residences and the proposed project. So in summary, and I can go into more detail, if you have any questions later on in this process, but in summary, the Board of Supervisors has several options. The first is to deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's approval. If after presentation by the appellant, you choose to grant the appeal and reverse the Planning Commission's decision, that's also something that the board may do as long as you can note the finding that you're unable to make. And the third option is obviously to modify the Planning Commission's decision by potentially modifying the conditions of approval. So that does wrap up my presentation to you. We do have the Assistant DA as well as other staff members, and the appellant and the applicant are here to make presentation if you wish. Thank you.
We'll start. Does any member have a question at this point of the planning staff? Supervisor Giomi.
Can you throw that map back up, please? The zoning map. So the light colored, whatever color that is, grayish purple to my eyes, is neighborhood business, and then to the right is zoned multifamily?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the yellow is SF6?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions at this point? No? Ms. Borda, do you want to?
I did have one more, I'm sorry,
sorry.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Heather, the residences in that area that already exist, that are residences, would have gone through the same process, correct?
Yes, they would have. So all of them around there are single family, so they would have gone through a tentative map process for approval within the non-residential zoning district. And then MFA would have been just the tentative map application.
But they would have gone through an SUP process if they were, or is that only the parcel that circled the neighborhood business?
When
Or
a tentative
square?
map is proposed, we review it as if it's the special use permit
Okay.
because we're looking at the same project.
Right.
So the appropriateness in the commercial zoning district would have been evaluated with the tentative map.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Borda, would you like to come up, please, and present your issues for us to consider for your appeal? Again, she is not subject to the 3-minute rule because she's the actual party to the action. Just like to clarify that for the public.
I just want to start out by saying that I have the very strong impression that you have all made up your minds already. So I ask you to please listen to me. I have been asked to represent approximately 37 people who are unable to attend because of work obligations. All I contacted were vehemently opposed to this proposal. I am speaking for these 37 people as well as for myself. Please listen. The stated purpose of the Planning Commission is, in part, states it is vital that they follow the requirements of Title 17 and 18 of the municipal codes and NRS 278. The lot is zoned for commercial neighborhood business only. An SUP was approved to build a high-density apartment. 8 statutes and municipal codes were ignored when this was approved. What is the purpose of these codes and statutes if they're ignored? Why do we even have them? It is ludicrous to state, as was said in the Planning Commission meeting, that a gas station, casino, or convenience store could be built on this property. Silver Sage and Stafford are side streets in a well-established neighborhood. Personally, I would not invest in something that, if they proposed a casino, a gas station, it's going to fail before it even starts, based on the location. The properties to the north, south, and east of this proposal are all zoned single-family residence. The population in this misguided approval would be more than all of those living on Heaton, Stafford, and Doubletree combined. The area is defined as high density. I believe every neighborhood in Carson would be zoned high density. The entire population of these 3 affected streets is less than would be allowed in the proposed building. The population is 43. This proposal would have 48 people, possibly more, because there is no density regulation. It would be packed into an area of less than 3/4 of an acre. Their cars, for which there are 24 spaces, would also be on this tiny lot. A parking study was not done. Our private streets are 22 feet wide. On-street parking is not allowed per the CCNRs. In addition, the height of the houses on Heaton, Stafford, and Doubletree is uniformly 8.5 feet from the base to the roof, to the top of, to the base, to the beginning of the roof. This proposed building would tower over every other structure with a height of 26 feet. If this outrageous proposal is allowed to move forward by continuing to ignore the 8 statute and code violations, it will be the developer's responsibility to ensure that renters do not use our private streets. We would need to have an electric gate with passwords for residents to access and egress their private street. The renters would use it as a shortcut. The kids would be playing on our private street. We do not want that. Ask yourself, if this project was across the street, literally across the street from my house, would I approve it? If the answer is no, why is it being approved for us? It appears that money and greed is the bottom line, not the quality of life. I am not speaking for just myself. Remember that. Approximately 37 people have asked me to represent them at this meeting to express their vehement opposition to this process. I hope we all have been heard. If you have not physically gone over and seen the property, you do not have a full picture, no pun intended, of what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member have a question? No? Oh,
Not for her, but for staff. I'll wait
Okay.
till, I'll wait.
we'll wait.
End.
Okay.
Hi, I'm here to reinforce what Kitty just said.
I'm sorry, it's not your time for public comment. I will get to public comment.
Okay.
Sorry. We gotta give everyone their due process rights
Okay.
first, and then I'll go to public
Okay,
comment.
fine.
So if you'll wait, that would be wonderful.
Can I wait here?
No, if you could just step back, because I'm gonna have the actual applicant, the project sponsor of this one, please come up. Sorry, it's an appeal and I gotta do due process, so we'll get to you, I promise. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. So talk to us about your project and the concerns of the applicant concerning the private road and what condition of approval or activity will occur to not use the private road.
My name is Christopher Moltz with West Tex Consulting Engineers. So to answer your question, there was the condition of approval that we're going to put a solid wood fencing to prevent people from going to maybe the public open space area on the property towards Heaton Way. Obviously, if people want to go on walks, they might have cut across that, but with that solid wood fencing, that won't happen. Heaton Way is private. I believe there's signs. I strongly insist that if vehicles are parked there, the residents call a tow company and enforce that. But really, aside from, yes, I mean, we're meeting the municipal parking standards for the zoning. So there wasn't a parking study because typically that's when you're asking for a variance, which we're not doing. And then I think that answers your question. I had some other comments addressing the appeal, if that would be okay to state.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'd like to point your attention to the figure up showing the site. You have neighborhood business. They said it goes against the character to have residential in that, whereas aside from Charles Kitchen Realty offices to the north and the commercial 5 complex, I think, across the street, all of that is residential in this neighborhood business zoning. So there is an established pattern. Let's see. We are, They also mentioned that there's everything's single family. Everything is duplexes and multifamily around it, except for directly west of Stafford Way, or sorry, Silver Sage Drive. You can see the yellow, is it MF6 zoning? Those are single family units, but everything around it, multifamily. Directly to the south on Silver Sage, south and across the street is a mobile home park, which is multifamily. The height, as identified per the staff report and the previous special use permit, the height is not for discussion. You're allowed to build 26 feet. You could build a 26 feet commercial structure as is. There's no, that's not the discussion, it's the use. And then to say that it's not in the character, directly one block to the east of the street on Heaton Way, I can't read the street, but there's a bunch of 2-story duplexes there already. So they're already established. And yeah, I just want to point out that this is what the master plan calls out for. They want high density residential in this location, and they do like having that buffer between the existing commercial, and typically they do like to stage it where you have less dense residential to more dense residential than to commercial components, which is kind of what this would do. So if there's any other questions.
Does any member have a question?
Can I just
Supervisor
mention one more thing too, please? So,
Name for the record.
Jeff Stieber. I just, want to mention that the Board of Commissioners appoints people to the Planning Commission to, follow the processes. And there's been 2 separate planning commissions, independent, over the last 3 or 4 years that have approved this special use permit. So that's kind of two groups of planning commissioners that were able to meet the findings. And, I believe the last vote was strongly in favor of this. So just wanted to mention that.
Supervisor Schutte?
Just a question, and you're right, the height isn't an issue and it's not something on there. But as I read the packet, the height, I read it at 23 feet, is that correct? Or 23 and a half? And that might be a question for
Yeah,
Heather.
that is correct. You're allowed to build up to 26-foot structure. If we wanted to build a 26-foot high commercial building, we could without a permit. Without this
Right.
board, so.
But the height of this project is 23 feet? Just,
Yes, that's correct. We have a definition for height in our code, and 23 and a half feet is the defined height for this structure. However, their peak height, which is taller than the defined height, is 26. So even at the peak, it meets code.
okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reese, the appellant has indicated that she believes we are violating 6 or 8 different provisions of law. Are we violating provisions of law, or are we within scope?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Todd Reese, Deputy DA, for the record. To take a step back, a brief detour from your question, standing has often been an issue before this board for appellants. In this case, Ms. Borda does have standing pursuant to the amended ordinance that the board enacted, I believe, about a year ago. To your question. Oh, sorry. Okay. My last comment was just saying that Ms. Borda does have standing to appeal and that that's not an issue in this particular case. As to the question you've raised, I will be happy to go through the statutes that have been listed in the appeal. The statute, the appeal first lists NRS 278-250. NRS 278-250 is the authorizing statute for governing bodies to regulate and restrict the erection, construction, reconstruction, alteration, or repair of buildings, structures, or land. In there, the zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with the master plan for land use and be designated to do one of a very a laundry list of enumerated things, one of which is to consider existing views and access to solar resources by studying the height of new buildings, which will cast shadows on surrounding residential and commercial developments. In general, these considerations are considerations for the board when the board is adopting zoning regulations. These are not specifically applicable to special use permits, and so the adoption of or the approval of a special use permit cannot be said to violate the statute. More specifically, as to views, which is mentioned several times in the appeal, the Nevada Supreme Court has generally said that views are not a recognized property right, and generally we can't, as a board and as a planning commission, we can't restrict building solely based upon somebody's views. The next violation is a violation of Carson City Development Standards 1.18. There is, and the appeal says there is no maximum density listed, and I agree that's what the Carson City Development Standard says. It says that there's no maximum residential density within non-residential zoning districts subject to meeting the height, setback, and parking and open space requirements of this chapter. So I'm unable to determine what violation exists. On skipping over 18.02.080, I'm going to go to CCMC Carson City Municipal Code 8.08, subsection 20. I believe that the appeal intends to refer to 8.08.030 definitions. 8.08 is the nuisance statute. 8.08.030 subsection 20 defines fences, screen walls, and or retaining walls. It means those are defined to mean self-standing structures designed to provide semi-privacy, security, or bank retention between grade separations. Again, in this particular instance, that's a definition, so I'm not sure that a violation exists, or I don't believe that a violation exists of that particular section. The last section that's mentioned is a violation of Carson City Municipal Code, section 10.04.140. Section 10.04.140 is in the traffic section of the municipal code. It's the definition of a controlled access highway. A controlled access highway means every highway to or from which owners or occupants of abutting lands and other persons have no legal right of access, except at such points only and in such manner as may be determined by a public authority. The definition of highway in that section means the entire width between the boundary lines of every way maintained by a public authority when any part of such way is open to the use of the public for purposes of vehicular traffic. So this particular section generally pertains to streets and freeways or streets on which the public is able to access. It doesn't. It's not applicable to a private way. Ms. Manzo mentioned, and as a staff report mentioned, I believe that there are easements and accesses across Heaton Way. In this particular instance, I don't believe that it's a violation of section 10.04.140. That returns me to section 18, Carson City Municipal Code, section 18.02.080. This is the special use permit section. Under section 5 of the findings, the Planning Commission can approve under preponderance of evidence that the proposed use is consistent with the objectives of the master plan elements, will not be detrimental to the use, peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of surrounding properties or the general neighborhood, and is compatible with and preserves the character and integrity of the adjacent development. Will have little or no detrimental effect on vehicular or pedestrian traffic, will not overburden existing public services and facilities, meets the definition and specific standards set forth elsewhere in the title for its particular use, will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and convenience and welfare, will not result in material damage or prejudice to other property in the vicinity, and the applicant has the burden of proof for preponderance of by preponderance of evidence. In this particular case, the appeal the appeal notes that the proposal would do nothing to ensure the privacy, or the proposal would do nothing to assure the privacy. You've heard a testimony here from Ms. Manzo and/or the applicant that there was an additional fencing requirement added to kind of fence this area, fence the proposed development off from Heaton Way, I believe in its entirety on both sides. And so I believe the Planning Commission did find that it would not disturb the peaceful enjoyment of the surrounding neighborhood. The next comment is that the downstairs units would have private yards. This is a residential development, so I would think the residents of the apartment complexes would have a right to use their yards and grounds, and as would anybody else if this were being developed as a single-story, single-family development. They would still have the right to use their private yards. I don't believe that's I believe that was something that the board found, or that the Planning Commission found, did not dissuade them from finding that the findings were made, that they could make the findings required. The density and the car and pedestrian traffic and the prejudice to the properties in the area. I believe you've heard comments from Ms. Manzo and the applicant on those. In general, that's just a difference of opinion between the residents and these residents and the Planning Commission on the character of the neighborhood. In this particular case, the Planning Commission found that this particular use was compatible with the character of the neighborhood, is generally residential, and there are multifamily developments nearby. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Mayor. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
By chance, do you have a picture of the area? So I do want to let the appellant know that I did indeed go to the subject matter property. I think that in her testimony, she thought that was important, and I agree with you. It's important. I never look at any planning issue that comes before this board without going to the subject matter property. So can you put a picture up? Because you wouldn't have enough. We'll talk about it. Let me see if I can put it on a screen for everyone to see, because your handout wouldn't be sufficient to meet a different rule. So
Heather Manzo, for the record, unfortunately, I didn't include a site picture.
I'll do this a little bit from my memory of going to the site. And maybe, Yeah, maybe doing it the other way, not from your own presentation.
Can you pull it up from the agenda item?
If someone has internet, you could do a Google.
Because
Street
I'm
View.
trying, so it's like every other block is a 2-story or higher building is what I'm getting at. It's all residential. Directly across the street is the Charles Kitchen Real Estate Management Office. That's done in brick. Then if I went down, I saw buildings that would be of equivalent size to this one all over that area. So I'm trying to understand how it doesn't fit in the mind of the residential neighborhood, because I think that it does. And I purposely went there to do just what you're talking about. Let's look at the area, let me get a feel for it. And I just think it fits within the neighborhood. Not a next door neighbor, but that's not what the rule is. It's not one neighbor to one neighbor, it's the neighborhood. But I think, are you able to pull up that area? 'Cause
I
think
didn't
it's
see it on the
important-
agenda item, but I will pull up maps. Just one more moment.
Okay. I think it's important for people to understand that we do take serious everything that people write to us
You
and
could do
do,
Street
but
View too. You could do Google Street View,
Yeah.
Heather,
Yeah.
and it would bring up what she's talking about.
it will show Heaton and all of the other blocks
While,
that are there.
while they're doing
Well,
that, can
go
I
ahead,
ask?
Supervisor Giomi?
Thank you. In the, Todd, maybe you know this, in the packet, the appellant said that Heaton Way is private, but the notes that I read say that there is a public easement. So it's essentially not private then. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, that's correct. And we can call engineering up if I don't give a thorough explanation. But so Heaton is a private street. However, there is a public access easement over that. So the public is able to access that roadway. Now, there are, as you enter both sides of Heaton, signs posted that say no parking. And that's really because that roadway is not wide enough to support traffic and parking. The only way for a private street to have limited access is to be gated. And that's not the case with Heaton. It's got public access easements, so it does allow for public to go through.
So if there were parking issues, whose responsibility would it be, given that there is public easement, to enforce parking?
Because it's a private street, I do believe that the HOA would be responsible for making those calls for vehicles to be towed away.
So they'd have to contract with a tow company to post signs and whatnot.
Correct.
Now, can
Can you just go down Stafford Way a little bit?
Yes, I was going to say you need to, I want to show the other, I think it's No Block maybe?
Yeah, it's one block east.
It's right there and you can see the height right there and right there. It's similar, and that's why I was looking at what your project was and trying to say, is that similar, right, in height and character and building fascias, things of that nature? Is that similar?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I don't like to assume anything since I wasn't on the planning commission, but I did actually go to the location to look at the character and the heights that already exist in that neighborhood. So, thank you. Does anyone else, Supervisor Giomi?
So there's proposed to be garages, correct? And 24 parking spots, correct? So the garages count as a parking spot, Heather, correct? For one vehicle?
Yes, that's correct. And there is open parking to support the other
So
remaining
this does
required
meet our
spaces.
parking standards?
Yes, that's correct.
And what actions will you guys take to ensure that people don't load their garages full of stuff and not allow them to park? I know it's their garage, but
There was a condition of approval, I think approved to verify that. I'd have to
Yes.
double check, but.
I saw it in there too. I just
Okay.
wanted to ask you about it, so.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, I mean, if we need to take steps, it'll be in lease agreements, signage, inspections, that type of stuff, because it was one of the conditional approval items.
Right. That's why I was asking what
Yeah,
your
and-
actions will be to enforce that. So.
And realistically, I mean, it would have to be a term where the people sign up, they have their vehicles, you have 2 vehicles, they're registered, and they're parked here and here. And if you have 1 vehicle,
Oh.
fine, then you say it, you can park outside on the street and put stuff in your garage, but you have to stick to that. You basically certifying you only need 1 parking space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further question right
No,
now of
not
staff,
true.
the appellant, or the applicant?
Okay.
Okay, at that venture then, I will move to the next part of the process. So if you could step back, please, so I can do the public comment.
You know,
Here,
I'm
oh,
sorry.
oops, she changed her mind, sorry. Okay, Supervisor
I
Schutte.
apologize on that. So in terms of, I guess, ingress and egress, so going in and leaving, my understanding is leaving the complex, if you're leaving on Silver Sage, you cannot, it's right turn only.
Correct.
If you're exiting on Stafford, at that point, you could take a left and then a left onto Silver Sage. Okay, so I just wanted to address, I was, reading in the appeal, some of the concerns expressed in that Heaton Way would be used as a shortcut, but I honestly don't anticipate that happening because that would be a longer process. But I just wanted to confirm that onto Stafford, you can turn left and then left. Is that correct?
Stafford is the all-access driveway.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to correct my previous statement. Heather let me know that there would not be allowed to do, they'd have to have 2 dedicated spots per, even if it's inside, they'd still have to keep that with enough room for parking.
Yeah, just for the record, condition number 7
Okay.
requires that the garage be left open for vehicle parking and not used for storage. So that'll be part of the contract that tenants need to agree to.
Yeah, I read that. I wanted to know from them how they were going to enforce that and handle that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll try one more time. Anybody have a question for the appellant, applicant, or staff at this point? Okay, thank you very much. We will now open this for public comment. This is subject to the 3-minute rule as they are not a party to the action. Do I have any public comment?
Good morning. I'd just like to point out
Your name,
that
please.
they're
Your name.
mostly,
You have to state your name,
The button?
please. Name.
oh, Sandy Stephen. And I'm a resident in the neighborhood. But we have been talking about, first of all, let me give you my pictures. If you'd like, you can I get them to you?
You can leave them there
In
and
your
we'll
back,
take
yeah.
them, yes.
Because what they show, they'll show you the height of what the buildings are gonna be and what's gonna block the views. And they're all single-story buildings around us. The 2-story are over a block away. And they're uniform in the building. It's a area where they all match. Anyway, I'm in agreement with the rest of the people. I think 3/4 of an acre, and you're going to put, 24, 48 people, cars, children, animals, and everything. The neighborhood will be destroyed. And I think that, especially by 2-story, that's what we're opposed to mostly. So anyway, I don't have anything else other than I'm in agreement with everybody. And I hope you'll look at the pictures.
Thank you. Ms. Partee?
Hi, Lisa Partee. I agree with Ms. Borda that the apartments are not compatible with our neighborhood. The townhomes are not apartments. A 6-foot fence doesn't block being watched over by the residents of the apartment building on the 2nd stories, and this will completely change the character of the neighborhood. There will be far too many cars that are not typical of the lot size of 1/6 of an acre. Ms. Borda noted a parking study wasn't done, and I understand that they're only guaranteeing 2 cars per unit, or they're saying 2 cars per unit, but there's no guarantee of that. So where will they all park? Because there's no parking on Silver Sage. We are a single-family home neighborhood. Apartments for multifamily use is not compatible for our neighborhood. I hope that you listen to Ms. Borda's comments and everyone else's over the desires over the developers and yet another special use permit. Maybe consider building a couple townhomes because that's more in line with our neighborhood. And as to the private yards, if it was a single-family use, yes, they would have yards. But 2 yards rather than 6 yards facing the Heaton Way is a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any,
Okay.
is there any other public comment?
Betsy Strasberg. I also did go down to that area to see what the neighborhood looked like. I hadn't paid attention before that until I heard about the appeal. I was very, very interested in this process. So I did not go a block down or 2 blocks down, but looked at the immediate area around that little spot. And around that spot is all single-family homes. So what is adjacent to the development? Adjacent to the development is the immediate area around it. And so I do believe that the neighborhood is not compatible with the 2-story apartment complex, which is maybe a block or 2 blocks away. So, and the ordinance does not say how far it has to be to prove compatibility. And as well as the parking. The guest parking, the assumption is the guest parking will be on Stafford Way because the complex cannot provide guest parking. So there are cars coming out on Stafford Way, there are guest parking on Stafford Way. So how is that going to be compatible to what exists over there? So that is my comment. I also couldn't come up with the 12-unit density that is being approved. I tried looking at the various ordinances that Heather told me to look at, but I couldn't calculate it from the multifamily duplex, 6,000 square foot, 1 to 2 building. So maybe that should be looked at as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, didn't, there you go.
My name is Carrie Ingbar. I am not a resident of that neighborhood. I am a resident of Carson City. And here I see another high-density complex going in. Oh boy, here we go again. There is definitely a difference between a duplex and a 12-unit apartment complex. If I was a neighbor here, I would be rather disappointed. I would be quite upset. It definitely is going to affect the value of the homes around it as opposed to be a positive addition to the neighborhood. I mean, come on. Everybody knows you put an apartment complex next to your house and your house is not worth as much anymore. I also found it rather compelling that Catherine Borda, and I pretty much support everything she said that letters were supposedly sent out to 90 residents within 300 feet of the proposed building. This was her note number 7. But she said there aren't 90 people within 300 feet of this building area, and that when she talked to people, she found 30 people who had actually received a letter. So, are we in compliance there with notification that this is really happening? I don't know. But anyway, no, I don't support this. I would support a duplex. Fine, build a duplex. There's room for a duplex. There's not room for a 12-unit apartment building. Stop doing this to our town. I would also like to request, and maybe this isn't the right place for the comment, but it's kind of ridiculous when we have to wait a month or 2 for your minutes to appear on your website. Perhaps you could speed that up so we can keep a better eye on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Arn, and
You'll have to push the button. Green, thank you.
Sandy Arn, and I am a resident. I personally worked not in Charles Kitchen's office, but I worked in that building for 25 years. And I can tell you, that is a happening strip mall right there, or whatever you call it. that business. People coming and going, the staff in those businesses all park out on Stafford and some on the end in the, a finer image park out on Shawn. You can't wait 5 minutes if you're standing on the corner of that lot and not see somebody coming, going, in, around, making left-hand turns, making right-hand turns. It's going to be, I don't see where people can come out of this out onto Stafford Way. I don't see an exit there. I just see the one out onto Silver Sage. Is there an exit onto Stafford Way? Anybody?
I don't want to use up your 3 minutes.
Oh,
I would keep going on any other
Anyway,
comment that you
it's-
have, and then we'll answer after.
It's a very busy place, both people parking alongside the field right now and on the Stafford Way side, down the blocks, and the townhouses that were referred to, 3 of them take up an entire block. It's not 12 of them smashed within a 1/6 of an acre. So there's a whole lot there. I don't care if they want to build on it, great. But that's a whole lot in a very congested area. So that was all I had to say.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paula Rudolph. I'm a resident. I live on Austin Lane, on the corner of Austin Lane and Shawn. I walk my dog down in that area. I don't see how you will be able to keep people from using the Heaton and the Stafford Way to play and get in and out. It's just going to be too many people in a small space. And I agree, if they want to build something, they should build more duplexes or only one building or 2 buildings. That's too much density for the area as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Paula. It's green.
It's green. Good morning. Shelley Shannon, Carson City resident. Over the past couple of years, I've noticed that use of special use permits. If a developer wants to build something, but the zoning is not zoned for what they want to build, they use a special use permit. As the district attorney indicated, Title 1802-080 specifies that in order to issue a special use permit, it can't be detrimental, the use can't be detrimental to the peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of surrounding properties in the general neighborhood, and is compatible with and preserves the character and integrity of the adjacent development and neighborhoods. And other factors that were included in that title. If you haven't read it, you really should read it before you approve these things, because it says a lot. Putting a 3-building, 12-unit apartment building on less than an acre in a lot zone commercial should not be approved. I also question if the Planning Commission employees are ever audited to ensure that they are not receiving gifts or monetary value donations from those wishing to secure a special use permit. Thank you.
Ms. Stevens.
Good morning, Karen Stevens for the record. I'm here to speak my objection to this multifamily unit being placed in this beautiful neighborhood. Here we go again, another special use project to destroy the neighborhoods of the individuals that already live there. It's just very disheartening to see people come up and talk about how this is going to ruin their way of life, their neighborhood, and they're really totally disregarded, it seems like. I've seen that over and over again at these meetings. I had a friend that lived on Heaton Way. That is a private road. It's very skinny, and you can't allow all this traffic going up and down that road. Don't tell me that nobody's going to be driving down Heaton Road. That's ridiculous. So anyway, I just wanted to add my comments that this is a ridiculous project in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Nagel?
Good morning, Richard Nagel for the record. Thank you guys for listening to all this. I appreciate your time. My complaint is the parking. And I just think that if you take an example like Jack and Jill have a one-bedroom apartment, and Jack works at Carson Tahoe and Jill works for the fire department, they're going to need two separate cars. And then if someone comes to visit them, there's no parking. So I think that the allotted parking is way too minimal for what they're doing and for the people they have there. Again, you know, we have on the street that I have, there's a house that has two couples in there and they have 4 cars parked on the street all the time. So again, where are they going to park? If it's a 2-bedroom, there's probably going to be 2 couples in there now, you know, because everything's so darn expensive. So you got to look at that aspect of where they're going to go and what's the worst case scenario instead of the best case scenario. And I think it puts an undue burden on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Do I have any further public comment? It's green, has to be green. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Echo, and I own one of the units on Stafford Way. And I have to agree with many of the comments that came up here with the density is too high for that area. And the parking will really be a problem, especially because you go up and down the street. Now, there's lots of cars parked up and down on Stafford now. That's just going to get way worse with everything that was talked about here. And I'm very much against this. And Ms. Bagwell, you smiling at everybody and rolling your eyes looks like you don't take us seriously at all.
Take you very
And
seriously.
I find that a little bit intimidating. Thank you. That's my comment.
I'm just trying to be polite. You smile, but okay, frown. Your public comment's ended. Is there any further public comment? Nope. Okay, then, oh, you may. You're not public comment, you're actually the, that's fine. I'm speaking on someone else's behalf. Sorry, you can't do that.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, you may, yes.
Thank you. Am I on? Mary Jo Brummer, Remax Gold, and an owner of a property on Singletree. I want for the record to just clarify that when these homes in this development were sold, they were sold with separate APN numbers, assessor's parcel numbers. They were not sold as duplexes. That I keep hearing the word duplexes, I keep hearing the word multifamily. They were not sold that way unless a person wanted to purchase both parcels. So I think that needs to be clarified. This is not a multifamily area. This is a single family area for people. If you wanted to, like this gentleman back here, maybe he owns a couple of properties on Stafford. He purchased those. Either if they're connected, that's fine. It gives the appearance that we are in a duplex area. They're really not duplexes because they have separate parcel numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other? Oh, one more, come on up. Smile at him. Oh, would you push the button so it's green? Sorry, we can't hear you unless, thank you very much.
There we go. Okay. My name is Carl Bolton. I am representing the Homeowners Association, Stafford Greens, which is on Heaton and Chubasco, 36 units. We are not objecting to the development. We're objecting to the height. if you look at Keaton, single-story residential. You look at Silver Sage, single-story commercial. You look at Stafford Way, single-story commercial and residential. We're completely surrounded by single-story. And you're going to proposal to drop a multi-story development. That's what we object to, not the development, the height. Your single-story, right in the middle, multi-story. That's our position. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll come back up to the board. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't see you.
My name's Tom Evans. I live on Heaton Way. I'm not objecting to having even multifamily across the street from me, but I'm concerned that there's not enough parking. The same comment as I hear from everyone else. There's already a lot of parking on Stafford Way almost every day, and if there's not sufficient parking on the building lot, I feel that it'll overflow probably even onto Heaton, and then I'll be the one that's having to complain on a regular basis. There's somebody parked in front of my house blocking me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one last call. Okay, are you wanting? Come on up, Maxine.
You had to know I wasn't coming in here just to sit in the back.
Oh, perfect.
Maxine Neitz. I've took a look at Carson Luxury Housing LLC, and there are 2 managing members. And you know what? Neither one of them is from Carson City. They don't know us, and they don't care about us. They're going to go back home to their gated communities after they've screwed up a neighborhood in this town and collect their money and be fat and happy. And that's where they're coming from. Apartments, we're doing one huge apartment building, 3 or 4 stories downtown on the old V&T property. What's wrong with Douglas County? If they have so many poor people, let them build apartments. Let them not fob those people off on us, where we not only have to provide multifamily housing for them, but all the services that come with an underpaid population. Luxury housing, that's a joke. Come on. We don't have a clue what they're going to charge or who they're going to attract. That's just a nice cutesy name they gave themselves. It's just 2 guys from other places. We have to stop allowing stuff that is not appropriate for Carson City. And apartment buildings are not appropriate. This is a single-family town, always has been. We have enough apartment buildings already. For the 50,000 or so people that live in this town, that mostly live in single-family homes, and there's 100, 125 homeless people, why are we catering to them at the expense of everybody else? I feel bad for people who are homeless, and they need to help themselves get out of the street. The ones that can't are sick, and they need medical attention, not my bucks that I live on. I live on a fixed income, and every time I come here, you guys want to spend my money on somebody else from somewhere else and make them rich. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I urge you to not approve this. It has nothing to do with going out to the middle of the street and counting the lot from the middle of the street, because the assessor's parcel maps, the GIS maps, do not show the boundaries of this property going to the middle of the street. So I don't know where that came from, but it's got to stop. It's got to stop. You are destroying this town with your allowing people to build under other clauses than Title 18. And to be building all these apartment buildings, what for? We don't have the police,
Thank
we
you
don't
so
have the
much.
fire, we don't have the schools
Okay. Is there
or the
any-
water.
Okay, then I'm going to bring this item back to the board for decision and discussion. Does anyone want to start? Don't all jump at once. Yeah.
I'll start.
Okay, Supervisor Shooty.
These are always really, really difficult, and I appreciate the comments, I appreciate the concerns, I appreciate the worries. It's always interesting to me hearing about Carson City and what we are doing. I was born in the old wooden hospital on Mountain Street. I born and raised here, and where a lot of people are, none of that was here when I was a kid. So it's always interesting to me, and I say this very respectfully, when there's pushback or concern or assumptions made that the people moving in will be bad people or that they will bring all these problems, because that would have been many of you who weren't here when I was growing up. To think about apartments, that apartments are bad places. You know, I was a police officer, and when I was working for the sheriff's department, I lived in the King Street apartments. That's what I could afford, and it was delightful, and it was quiet, and the King Street apartments are surrounded by single-family homes. And there's also, you know, there's the mixed use. So I've been driving around Carson looking at apartments because it is, I get it and the concern, and it's like you don't know who is moving in, and that can be scary, it can be worrisome, but that immediate jump, that a higher density than what you currently live in, that somehow that brings in the riffraff, I don't think that's a fair comparison. I also, in terms of parking, these apartments, they have the garages and the driveway, or this building, whereas that's taking care of, or potentially taking care of, parking. I just want to be very mindful that community is really, it's for everyone. And mixed use does not mean, or the different opportunities of different kinds of housing does not mean that because someone lives in, whether it's a duplex or a townhouse or an apartment, that they're less than, or that they make less than, or that how they spend their free time is somehow problematic. So I just think it's really important as we discuss this. I don't take this decision lightly at all. I am very mindful of our community. I'm mindful of what makes a community. I'm, after being a police officer, I was a teacher. I'm mindful of children, and they're not the enemy. I think we as communities, we create what we put out there. I think a welcoming, kind, loving community is what we make it, and I don't believe a 2-story, 12-unit, so it's 3 different buildings, 12 units is the end of this whole area. I don't think it brings in doom and gloom. I think it's community. So I just needed to say that because I get it's frustrating or it's heartbreaking when there's these assumptions made. People renting, there are plenty of folks renting who are amazing, delightful, whether it's retired, whether they're going to college, whether they just don't want to have a yard. There's so many reasons why folks would rent. So it's not the down and out. This isn't an issue about homelessness. This is an issue about building multifamily in an area that it is allowed.
Anyone want, Supervisor Horton?
I just wanted to make the comment that for 30 years I lived in a home that I built with a beautiful view of the Sierras, and it was wonderful. You could sit on the front porch and drink coffee and look at the mountains. It was great. My kids played in the vacant lot there. It was wonderful having it. And then all of a sudden, along came someone and built a house. And guess what? I didn't have that view anymore. But they owned that lot, and they had a right to do that. And they did it. They became pretty good neighbors, nice people, but ruined my view. Didn't have it anymore. But again, they had a right to do it, and I didn't have a right to stop them. So I know that feeling, just so you know.
Anybody else?
Guess that makes it my turn.
Okay. Supervisor White.
As I understand what our job here today is to determine whether the Planning Commission erred. Had long discussions on this item and appeals in the past with the district attorney. As I viewed the video from the February meeting, it's pretty apparent to me that the public's comments and concerns were not ignored. In fact, in addressing those concerns, the commissioners imposed 2 additional conditions of approval. With the exception of 1 commissioner, I do not believe that the commission acted arbitrarily or capricious, nor did they abuse their discretion. That's what this body is here to decide today. The commissioners and staff noted and addressed each of the comments that the public came forward with. I would also just like to comment that in the noticing area, 300 feet around this property, there are somewhere north of 10 two-story buildings, either single family or the townhouse condominium type of arrangement. So I can't say that the commission erred in approving something that doesn't fit the neighborhood. It appears to me, with north of 10 two-story buildings within 300 feet of the noticing, I think it does fit. And to address the question, if this was across the street from your house, would you approve it? For almost 60 years, I had a beautiful view of the mountains. About 4 years ago now, a developer came in and built a 2-story apartment complex across the street from my house. These zoning criteria have been in existence since that area was developed back in the 70s and 80s. I frankly, I can, and in conjunction with Mr. Reese, where he went point by point through each item in the appeal. As Mr. Reese found no violation, neither did I.
Supervisor Giomi?
You know, my only comment, I think, I'm not going to reiterate things. My only comment is that to address the comment that the Planning Commission somehow is swayed by whatever you want to call it, gifts, bribes, or that we are in some way. I only have my integrity. That's all I have. That's the only thing I have. I'm a citizen, just like the rest of you in this room. And I take my integrity very seriously. We're required by law to follow an ethics code. It's managed by the state of Nevada. Planning Commission, who we appoint and who serve as volunteers on what is arguably one of the most difficult boards to sit on, do so as volunteers. They can't take gifts. And if there is any hint or thought that anyone either on this board or that board has done that, then someone should file an ethics complaint because it will be investigated by the state, taken seriously. I don't believe that's happened. I believe in their integrity, and I believe in the integrity of this board. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay. Like you said, I also want to address that the public believes that we don't listen. There is two different things, right? Listening and agreeing with you are two different things. And I want to say that if I smiled at you to make you feel at ease, because most people that come before us to testify are very nervous, very scared. They don't like to do it. They don't feel at ease. If I smiled at you and made you feel it was condescending, it was not. It was to make you feel at ease so that you could comment. That's all it was meant to do. So I just want to apologize if I smiled at you and made you feel threatened or any other issue, because that's not what it's about. It's about being kind to one another and making people feel welcome in this body for you to come and testify. It is so difficult when we have to face the public that doesn't want something in their neighborhood. It does not matter the planning item, that is common. It is absolutely your right to feel that you're not going to enjoy your home the same way after this is built as you do today. I agree with you. You're not going to enjoy it the same. But I'm not required to keep that you get to enjoy it the same for 40 years or 50 years. I got to look out at a meadow for 15 years, and they built a 2-story right across and blocked the entire meadow, right? I'm listening to everything that you say, and it sounds like you want us to say nowhere in Carson City can there be a 2-story home. It simply isn't accurate. And so I can't find anything that the Planning Commission did that was arbitrary or untoward in this neighborhood that our codes aren't applied to all neighborhoods. And so that's what I look for, to see that the Planning Commission is consistent with the code and is consistent with the policies. And they're not treating your area different than the expectations or all the other codes and things that we have. I don't want to disagree with you all again about your personal feelings on what this is going to be. You're probably completely right. You're not going to enjoy it the same way you did. And so I don't want you to think that your comments are discounted. I have to follow a code and rules to determine whether or not the Planning Commission did not follow a rule. I can't find where they didn't. The parking meets our code. Whether we like that could be a different answer. Are our parking standards too loose? Do they need to be changed? I don't know. That might be an answer that we have to look at. But there's nothing that I can find that the Planning Commission aired. And so that you know, that's the role right now here, is for us to overturn them. We would have to identify a component that they erred on, and I just can't get there. So, Supervisor Schutte.
There were several folks who brought up special use permit.
Oh,
Can you
yes.
speak to that, please?
You know, I really do, because we even had a retreat recently, and I tried to think of a different name, because people think special use permit means they're doing something they're not allowed to do, or it's special. They're getting a new rule. It's simply not true. They are entitled to build this. All a special use permit, and I want to be very clear on this, is it provides an opportunity for the neighborhood and the Planning Commission to determine if additional conditions or requirements, because is there something special going on here? It is allowed to be built there. It just can't get a permit across the counter. It has to come to the Planning Commission. And indeed, that worked in this case. 2 additional conditions outside of our standard code were imposed upon them, right? We changed the hours of operation outside of what our standard code allows. We restricted them. And then we also did something that's not required. The Planning Commission did listen to all of you that were concerned about children or access for driveways or stuff getting on to Heaton. So what did the Planning Commission do? Not something in our code. They did something special. They added on the fence to say, the code, you wouldn't need the fence, but because you're building here, we think a fence is necessary. That's what an SUP is. It's to allow the opportunity to put conditions on a project that do not exist in the code. And so I hope that helps articulate. They were allowed to do it. Otherwise, they couldn't do a special use permit. If the project was not allowed in that area, was not appropriate, they couldn't even come to the Planning Commission and obtain a special use permit. So I hope that helps. We cannot come up with another word, because we know in our minds that the word special makes you all think they're getting something they're not entitled to. I wish I had a better word for it. We've tried to think of something better so that the public isn't misunderstanding what a special use permit is, but we actually haven't come up with that yet. But I just want to let you know that project is allowed on that property. So, okay. Anybody else? No? I'll take a motion. Who wants to do that? Supervisor Horton.
I move to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Better turn that on. I move to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. It's 10:30. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Call the Board of Supervisors back to order, and we are on agenda item 18A, discussion and possible action regarding a proposed resolution permitting Carson City to subordinate its interest arising from a development agreement for our second phase of our affordable housing project. Is this Mr. Stuckey?
Thanks, Mayor. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record. So this is I guess, permission, I guess, for Carson City to subordinate its interest in the Phase 2 property land. If you remember, for Phase 1 development, we did this very same agreement. I think this is pretty common. They're getting a lender, the developer is, to construct the Phase 2 property or project. You have the right to subordinate your interests per NRS 244287 if you believe that it promotes investment and construction of affordable housing. If you have any other questions about the agreement, myself or Adam can help answer.
Does any member have a question? No? Yeah, it was the same as we've done in the past. Is there any member of the public on this agenda item? Ms. Neitz?
If this is affordable housing, how much rent is going to be charged for each apartment?
Are you asking us to answer, or you want more of your 3-minute time?
Oh, I'll take more of my 3-minute time. I mean, 3 minutes is
just
not much
don't
time
want
to
you yelling
express
at me.
yourself. I'm not yelling. I'm hardly speaking here. Yeah. How much is the rent going to be compared to how much people can earn at median and lower income jobs. It's probably going to be more than they can afford. And so I'm concerned about this definition and this designation of low-income housing, that it will actually be that, and it will be actually affordable for people who are not in the upper income brackets. I'm one of them. I'm on a fixed income now, and it doesn't really stretch till the end of the month, but you know, you just got to bite the bullet that last week. No groceries, no meals. It just doesn't work with what the rents and mortgages are. So I'm concerned that these rents will not be truly affordable.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back up here, but there's actually federal standards that are applied to this particular project for affordability, and the rents are based on a sliding scale based on their income and the criteria to enter. So they definitely will be affordable. There's all national standards that discuss what that is. So you'll see rents from individuals from $50 to $500-ish, except for, was there 16? At the 8 or 16, I can't remember, 16 that are at the full price to help subsidize the project in its entirety, but the remainder are all on sliding scale to their actual income.
In fact, previous agenda items called out those specific values.
Right, right.
So it is very well defined if somebody had bothered to read the previous agenda.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do I have any further discussion items? I'll accept a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-R-6.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the vote was 4 in support, 1 against. Supervisor White. Okay, we are now going to move to next agenda item, which is 19A, discussion and possible action regarding a proposed resolution setting the ad valorem tax rate for the county cooperative extension for fiscal year 2024 at 1.28 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. Ms. Benaboo?
There's no change from prior year. I usually bring this in May for some reason and decided to bring it with the rest of the budget information this year.
Does any member have a question? No questions. Is there any public comment on this item? Good morning.
Hi, Betsy Strasburg. I had a question that I've been corresponding with Supervisor Giammi. Is this a unfunded mandate that it's expected that this board will have to approve, or is it really a vote? Which means a vote means a yay or a nay is possible, which I was confused as to, just because we've done this before doesn't mean that it should be a formality. If it is a vote, yay or a nay, that should be accompanied with a specific analysis of how this money was raised and used and who it benefits in, as it was done in prior year. So was that question resolved with the DA's office?
May I answer, Mayor?
Are you done with your?
I don't want to take your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, to answer your question, this law, as I looked into it, is required. It's required for us to pass. Why it requires a vote, it doesn't make any sense to me. But the state law, right, the vote is for setting the rate, not for passing or not passing. So all we're doing is setting a rate. We're required to do a minimum of 1 cent and a maximum of 5 cents. So we set the rate at 1 penny, 1.28 pennies. So 1 cent, about 3/10 of a cent over the minimum amount. And so that is what the vote is for, not to approve the funding amount, not to approve the funding itself, but to approve the funding amount. And this is the same amount that it's been, I went back, I don't know, how many years did you go back and look? I mean, I went back at least 10, and I think the rate has been the same all 10 years.
I've been here 12 years, I believe. It's been the same all 12 years, so. Nancy?
24 years.
years.
I was gonna say, I
Yeah.
went back and looked statutorily, 1969, so we haven't really let them grow the budget other than the normal growth
Yeah.
at that same rate.
So to speak to what they do with that money, they do come annually and make a presentation to us on the services they provide and the people that they reach. And that was the information I sent you, so you could reach out to them and get that information directly from them yourself.
Is there any other public comment on this item? I don't see any. Anybody want to make a motion?
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-R-7.
I second.
I have a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Okay, next we have agenda item 19B, discussion and possible action on direction to staff concerning the proposed tentative budget and supplemental requests, which includes the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budgeted funds. Supervisor Horton, may I have your disclosure, please?
NRS 281A 420 requires me to disclose a conflict and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. This agenda item concerns direction to staff on a proposed Carson City fiscal year 2024 tentative budget, which includes general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budget funds in the city. I have 2 sons who are employed with the fire department. While I do have a familiar relationship with 2 Carson City employees, this is a routine procedural matter for the broader purpose of taking action on the city's overall budget, and my son's salary and any benefits they may receive from supplemental requests, such as the purchasing of firefighting equipment, are being considered along with other firefighter employees in the aggregate. There is no specific discussion on individual salaries, nor is there any discussion specifically related to the individual positions. Additionally, Nevada's ethic laws give appropriate deference to the public policy of the state, which favors the right of the public official to perform the duties of which the public official was elected or appointed, and to vote because abstention disrupts the normal course of representative government. Since abstention is only required in clear cases where the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected, I do not believe that to be the case. Because this agenda matter concerns broad policy considerations related to budgetary issues, I make this disclosure for full transparency, but will be voting.
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte, your disclosure, please.
Chapter 2.
Yeah.
NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. This agenda item concerns direction to staff on a proposed Carson City fiscal year 2024 tentative budget, which includes the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budgeted funds in the city. My nephew, Chris Martinovich, is the city's transportation manager, and his salary is funded by the Regional Transportation Fund and Fleet. While I do have a familial relationship with Chris, this is a routine procedural matter for the broader purpose of taking action on the city's overall budget, and my nephew's salary is being considered along with other employee salaries in the aggregate. There is no discussion specific to Chris's individual salary, nor is there any discussion specifically related to the position of transportation manager. Additionally, Nevada's ethic laws give appropriate deference to the public policy of this state, which favors the right of a public official to perform the duties for which the public official was elected or appointed, and to vote because abstention disrupts the normal course of representative government. I know, it's long. Since abstention is only required in clear cases where the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected, and I do not believe that to be the case because this agenda matter concerns broad policy considerations related to budgetary issues as a whole, I make this disclosure for full transparency, but I will be voting.
Phew. I hate to do this to the public, but we'll go to round 3. It shows again our community. NRS 281-420 requires me to disclose a conflict and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. This agenda item concerns direction to staff on the proposed Carson City fiscal year 2024 tentative budget, which includes the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budgeted funds in the city. One of the budget item concerns internal audit services provided by I. Bailey, including a request for an increase in contract payment, which has not been recommended for approval. My son is employed with this accounting firm. While I do have a familial relationship with an employee of the city's internal auditor, this is a routine procedural matter for the broader purpose of taking action on the city's overall budget and not for the selection or awarding of a new contract. And there is nothing which specifically relates to my son in his individual capacity. Additionally, Nevada's ethic laws give appropriate deference to the public policy of this state, which favors the right of a public official to perform the duties for which the public official was elected or appointed and to vote because abstention disrupts the normal course of representative government. Since abstention is only required in clear cases where the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected, and I do not believe that to be the case, because this agenda matter concerns broad policy considerations related to budgetary issues as a whole, I make this disclosure for full transparency, but will be voting. Did I miss anyone needing a disclosure?
Can I just disclose that I have no family working for the city?
How did that happen?
You? No, neither Supervisor White nor I have no family working for the city.
Yet, no, okay. Thank you very much, anyway. Ms. Benaboo, are you gonna start us off?
Thank you. Yeah, Sherry Russell Benaboo for the record, Chief Financial Officer. We'll be presenting an overview of the proposed 2024 tentative budget, which includes only contractually allowed union negotiated contract changes and some state changes where the state has informed us of some increases. The rest of the increases will be approved today through the supplemental or the capital projects. And as I always do, I want to take a moment to thank the finance staff. Without them, we could not do this. The management team is completely engulfed in the budget, and they take care of the AP, the P cards, the payroll, all the daily stuff. So I can't thank them enough. Especially this year, it was a legislative year, so I was up to my eyeballs to distribute and help value the bill draft releases that came out. 4 unions are negotiating this year. So really 90% of this budget was prepared by Pam Ganger, the deputy CFO, Jamie Stevenson, and Omati Singh Ludke, the 2 accounting managers. So I truly cannot thank them enough. I also want to thank the department heads and their staff for their time as well. There were a lot of needs this year and unfortunately not a ton of money. So we had to make some hard decisions and some hard recommendations. But it really is a team effort putting this budget together, and again, they're vital to that process. So the tentative budget has to be filed with the state on April 15th. It has been filed. Today is more about what's going to be in the final budget. We're always very conservative when we budget. We don't purposely inflate or deflate numbers. However, we do revenue projections and then we compare those with what we get from the state, and then we use the smallest number. So whoever projected less is the one we use for revenues. For expenses, we budget every penny we think we're going to spend. And we don't take into account any termination savings, just in case nobody quits. So at the end of the presentation, there'll be a 5-year projection, so you can see that we're going to make it. We're doing okay so far. And as a couple housekeeping items, I'm sorry, the one I printed for your board packet has some errors in it. The one that is in Granicus and for the public was corrected. It was a timing error for printing, so I'm very sorry. Yours had those few errors. And then just yesterday, we found an error where an employee was accidentally left off the budget. It's about $65,800 we're going to have to add to the general fund pool. So sorry about that. That'll be added to the final budget. This employee has been here forever. It just inadvertently got left off. The employee that was there quit early December, and when we pulled the information of the budget module, that position, just the timing of it, got missed.
Wasn't a relative, was it?
No, it was nobody's relative. So first we'll go into the slide there. This is all funds and revenues of the total city. So it's got all the enterprise funds, special revenue funds, general funds, all lumped in together. This slide always looks very similar from year to year. Intergovernmental revenues are typically the largest, as well as property taxes and the enterprise service charges. So the intergovernmental revenues really are grants. And included in there also is the C-tax revenue that comes through the state. And then property taxes, obviously we know what those are. The enterprise charges for services, that's all our utility funds, building, ambulance, and cemetery.
Supervisor Horton, did you have a question? Or just clear? You're all clear.
You'll point out what's different on here
Yes.
from what we have versus what was published?
Oh, I'm not gonna, a lot of them were just spelling errors.
Okay.
Yeah,
So anything material you'll point.
yeah, I'm a numbers girl, so little
Okay.
spelling errors happen for me. On the next slide, this is all the expenditures of the city. Again, very similar from year to year. Public safety always wins. That is all our police, all our fire, alternative sentencing, as well as a juvenile detention and probation. So a lot of folks under that department. And then the general government is always number 2. And that's really all the city departments, such as my department, the DA's office, IT, HR, city manager's office, all those departments. And then, of course, the enterprise funds, the utilities, number 3. That's water, sewer, stormwater.
So Sherry?
Yes.
This slide shows 14 places of expenditure, but our book has 97 tabs. Can you explain, basically, for the public, why the big budget says we're spending it 97 places, but this slide only shows 14?
Sure. So these are all the functions of the city. A lot of times we're restricted to use money such as gas taxes. So that's really a public works function, but there's 2 different sources of revenue that we're restricted to use for specific purposes on gas taxes. So we have 2 different tabs just for those funds. And Public Works only has 1 department. Public Works has transit, the JAC system, that's a different tab because that's funded by grants, FTA. So a lot of those tabs are really splitting out the funding sources because we have to have a different fund for each restricted source.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So if you're a numbers girl like me, this next slide is really nearest and dearest to your hearts. You might hate it, but it's my favorite. It does show the actual audited numbers from 2022, the 23 estimated. So we always do this to figure out where we think we're going to end up at 23. This isn't always augmented in the budget, but it is part of our 24 budget prep. And then the budget year, of course, 2024 is there as well. Of course.
Can you, what, the economic opportunity, and I think I've asked you that in the past as well, what does that mean in that there was nothing there?
So let me think what that is. I believe those are grants.
Okay.
And so depending on whether or not we know about the grant, we can't budget it
Okay.
yet.
Yes, right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
And you'll notice there is a contingency amount is there for 23 and 24. And that's 23, that's where we use our money for augmentations. That'll be coming to the board in June for the final round of augmentations. And then if unused, that rolls forward as part of savings to 24. All right, so now I'm going to focus in on the general fund because that's really our operating fund. This is the more unrestricted money that we can use as opposed to all the special revenue funds. So in this fund, again, you'll see C-Tax and intergovernmental is our largest revenue. It's over 40%. Bad news, in 2022, this only went up by 1%. And this year, it's looking like it's going to end up at 0 to 1%. So that's not keeping up with all of our COLAs and merits and that, which means we end up at the end of the year having less money for capital. Property taxes is always the second largest revenue. That's, again, pretty self-explanatory, property taxes. We are projecting a 4.5% increase in property taxes, and I'll get more into that in a moment. We'll talk a lot about property taxes. So this is historically the different revenue types. You can see C-Tax and property tax used to be pretty close, and that was kind of closer to the recession days in 2015. We were coming out of that. And now the orange is a little bigger than the dark green number there. It's kind of an ugly green. So we're less of a tripod, and you know, C-Tax has taken over the reins as far as the most tax we receive, or the highest amount of tax revenues. And C-Tax and property tax make up 73% of the general fund revenues. So we'll talk a lot about those. This is lovingly known as our cigarette slide. And it's the tax rate that we've imposed over the years. As you can see, we are very, very, very consistent. So the orange part there is the city's operating portion, and there's little special revenue, and then the school district's portion. A little bit goes to the state and the Water Subconservancy as well, the district. So there's no questions on that one. Please stop me if you have questions. We'll go to the next slide. This is our county-wide tax rates and how we stack up with the other counties. The only one I changed was Esmeralda. This year it was 3.0195, and so it did go up a little bit. Everybody else remained the same. We are one of the lowest tax rates in the state. The next slide here shows what's happening with assessed valuation. So it's going to go up 12.4% in '24. And the orange line there is the revenue we're collecting. That's getting closer to assessed value because there is a cap on the revenue we can collect. We can only collect 3% of residential and 8% of commercial. So no matter what happens, your bill will only go up 3% for residential and 8% for commercial. So that's going to probably eventually meet here in the next couple of years if house values keep going the same. The next one, if there's no questions on property taxes, we'll move to the sales taxes, or the C-Tax, as you've heard me say a couple times. So this is a slide of the city's taxable sales for the last 10 years. They have been increasing, of course, as population increases. We have more sales. The largest two are motor vehicles, which incorporates the services of motor vehicles as well. It's 24.8% of total taxable sales. That is, I believe, the gold color there. No, that's the green. It's a dark green. Sorry, my slide's way too small. And then the other largest one is, oh, I'm sorry. So in 2012, that was only 23.8% of total sales. Now it's 24.8. So it keeps being a large part of our total taxable sales. I also added non-store retailers, which is basically internet sales a few years ago. That's the dark blue. And as you can see, it just keeps growing and growing as more people use the internet. There's no questions on that. It is very consistent. This is the consolidated tax history. So this is the collections, how much tax the city actually collects. And I like to show this big slide that goes back to like 2006, because that was the peak at that time, 2006, before we hit the big recession. And so you can see we have had far more than 10 years of growth. But when we hit 22, we've kind of come to a screeching halt, and we seem to be flat for about 3 years now. So I am hopeful that this will start to turn up again, especially with all the building and all the people moving here. Labor market's still really strong. So I am hopeful this will go up, but the budget is cautiously optimistic, let's put it that way. Okay, so for total general fund expenses, again, public safety is by far the largest. This is where the police and fire, alternative sensing, and juvenile are all paid out of the general fund. And then, of course, the general government would be the second. I already went over all the departments in there. We all know IT and DA, and I mean, there's just some expensive departments in there running our city. If there's no question on that, we'll move to the next slide, which is the total general fund expenditures. And this just shows us back to 2015. We're very consistent on how we spend our money. Most of it goes to public safety, and then there's also a large portion that goes to the general government. And then, again, they're very consistent. I always like to show this slide. It shows the percentage of services through salaries and benefits that we provide in the general fund, and the minimum portion of services and supplies. That actually went up a little bit this year. 76% of the total budget was salaries and benefits. Last year it was 76.6, but with inflation, services and supplies just continue to increase. And all of the services and supplies are either contracted employees or bargained employees through bargaining units. So we have some roadmap to how they have to get paid. So there's no way that any employees or people related to board members could ever get paid more. They are under a bargaining unit or a contract. So this is the general fund employees, and usually 23 and 24 are exactly the same. However, 24 this year did go up by 7 employees. That is the 9 SAFER grants that we had to bring in. And then there were 2 people from the building department who were cost allocated, initially charged to the general fund, and then their time was cost allocated, who are no longer cost allocated, they're direct billed. So you'll see that big change in the 525, the building permits fund. You'll see that their cost allocation, it's the ISC general fund line item, went down a lot, but their payroll went up. So we're still down 18 employees in the general fund from the peak. At one time, we had 509 employees paid out of the general fund, so we're still down a little bit. Government-wide, though, we are up. There's a lot more grant employees that we're hiring, a lot more people paid out of quality of life as we've shifted to maintenance. of the properties. So, so we have 682 full-time employees. At the peak of right before the recession, there were 634 citywide. But the general fund's still paying for a few less. And you'll see in the supplementals as we get into those, there's 8 new positions that we're requesting from the general fund. Some of them are very creatively funded through grants and funding. You'll see that as well. This slide just shows you that we're being financially responsible with our budgeting. The revenues are always in excess of expenses. 22 and prior are actual audited numbers. So that's when C-taxes were higher or we had a lot of savings. And then the 23 through 28 are pretty consistent. That's our budgeted revenue and expenses. And really, we have to have that difference so that we can save money in ending fund balance and we can pay for capital. This is just a slide that says exactly what I already just said. To be concise, the property taxes going up 3.57, or they're not going up. The rate is staying the same at 3.57 cents per $100 of assessed value. And the cap is 3% and 8%. Assessed value is increasing by 12.4%. Consolidated taxes, for 23, we had a 0% increase, which looks like about what's going to happen. And we've projected a 2% increase for 24. The state did project a 3% increase, so we are more conservative than the state. Licenses and permits, we projected just a 1.1% increase there. We don't expect too much to happen there. Charges for services, we did increase landfill because we just increased those fees at this board. So we did do some projections and increase that a little bit. If revenues don't come in as expected, then there just wouldn't be as big of transfer to the capital account for them. So it wouldn't affect the general fund. Here is a slide that shows the 2022 actual numbers, the estimated, and the projection for the whole general fund. So on this one, you can see the contingency set aside for 23, and then 24, we have 1.8 million set aside right now. Supplementals, we did budget in the Board of Supervisors department just for the tentative budget. It's set there in an undesignated account, and when you tell me that they're approved, we'll put it in the appropriate department. And then the CIP funding is lined out there for you as well. You can see that the last couple of years we've been able to transfer quite a lot of money, and this year it's less than 10 million. So we are starting to see the effects of the downturn. This is our 5-year projection. As I said, we're going to be okay for the next 5 years. I was able to include the contingency amount for the 5 years, the supplemental requests. There's still capital funding you can see, and we include the court expansion. So there's employees that we will know we'll have to pay for when we do that court expansion. To be clear, the SAFER employees are already included in here, so that separate line is gone. And then you can see that I've increased the ending fund balance by 0.5% each year as directed by this board. And we're still looking okay so far. Capital, again, you see declining, so hopefully the sales taxes, C-taxes come in better than expected. I'm going to go over just a few of the funds. The capital projects funds, this is really where we do a lot of the major projects for the city in these types of funds. So first, it's the capital project fund, which does services and supplies as well as capital projects. And you'll see in the 24 column there, it's just one big number in capital. Again, that's because it's just sitting in board designated. Whatever's approved here today, we'll move it to the appropriate line item for the final budget. The bond proceeds are included. The capital outlay is a very big number, $29 million. So there's a lot of funding sitting there waiting for the EOC and the fire station design and engineering to be complete so we can break ground on that project.
You mean in 23, the 29 million in fiscal 23?
Yes, yes.
Not
So we're,
24.
no, 23, yeah. So when we're doing the engineering and design, whenever that's done, if we finish in May, we can start that project. We don't have to wait till 24, so. And if we don't finish, obviously, we would roll that money forward to be available in 24. So we have saved for landfill closure costs, we have saved $1.2 million as of 23. So each year we save 10% of what landfill transfers over for that closure costs. There's IT network replacements of $1.1 million, park projects of $2 million, vehicle replacements of $3.6 million. That's just kind of what's sitting in that $29.4 million. I thought everybody would be a little concerned that was so high, but they are slated and we're working on spending that money.
Have we gotten those federal earmark funds yet? Have we? No?
I believe we're in contact with the feds, but we have not received any funding yet.
Okay. Because we're coming up on spending money.
Agreed.
All righty.
The next fund is the infrastructure tax fund, sales tax fund. And again, you'll see a very large number in 2023. This is for the William Street Corridor project. And we did bond for this, as well as receive the RAISE grant for $9.3 million. So again, we're in the end phases of design. So once we finish that design, we'll break ground on that project and spend that money. The special revenue funds, these, as I just talked about a little earlier, are restricted money either by NRS or grants donors. So we have to spend the money in a specific way. It stays with that fund, it rolls forward. We can't ever pull it into the general fund for any reason. So I'll talk about a couple of these. The first one's the quality of life. This one was voter approved years ago, and it helps us to maintain our parks and open space. So you can see the undesignated amounts there are pretty high at $1.3 million. Again, what's approved by this board today, we will put them into the line items and move forward with the projects that are approved. There's a little bit of debt in this fund. I believe that was for the MAC. And so that, I believe the final payment for that is due in 2030. So that money would revert back to capital, or we could potentially bond again.
Is the pool paid for yet?
I'm sorry?
Is the pool paid for yet?
Yes.
Should be close.
It's done. The Regional Transportation Fund, this is gas taxes. It's a 9-cent per gallon option tax. It goes in here, and this is mainly for projects. So it's the district projects and street projects that we do around the city. Again, there's a large capital outlay in here, and that's for projects that we're going to start, obviously, this summer as the weather warms up. The 5th Street project is by far the largest project that's in that fund, but then there's a bunch of District 4 and District 5 projects as well. There is debt service in this fund, and for this fund, we wrapped the debt. So we issued it at different times, but the way the principal was, they kind of pay off all at the same time. So we should be able to issue more debt in 2028 if we wanted to, or just use it for roads pay as you go.
Why are we estimating the revenue fuel tax to have a decrease? It's slight, but
It is.
why are you assuming it's going down?
It is. It's just the unexpected nature of the world right now. If gas taxes continue to increase through the summer, as we expect they will, people won't drive much. Gas prices, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what I said, but gas prices increase. They typically do in the summer anyway. People reduce their driving. So the gas prices are already really high at almost $4 a gallon. So as we get into summer, I mean, it's pretty common every year, prices increase a little bit.
Did you get an estimate from taxation or something indicating that the
We did
fuel
a
taxes
we
would
did
decline?
historical, we did a historical, 5-year projection. We're not getting any new gas stations that we're aware of. So we did like a 5-year and then compared that to what the state gave us, and ours was more conservative, so we chose ours. I mean, they will be able to spend that money if it comes in higher.
We'll do an augmentation. I just wondered
We
why
can
you're-
do an
why
augmentation.
you're
It's just if it
growing.
doesn't come in,
Yes.
then we're safe.
Yeah, I don't disagree with doing it this way because it has to be used for the same
Purpose.
thing. We can't
Exactly.
use it anywhere else, so.
Right.
I would rather underestimate and have the money and then find other projects that, on our priority list.
So then there's street maintenance fund. This is the same thing we got going on here. These are for gas taxes. It's the 5.35 tax. And this is mainly street maintenance. So it's little repairs, slurry seal. This is who clears your streets when there's a ton of snow on them. We all saw that this year. It's the street sweepers. So there's a little bit of equipment replacement in there every year. And then the rest was really services and supplies and salaries. The debt service fund, really all this fund does is pay debt. So in RTC and quality of life, those funds transfer their money into debt service, and then debt service pays the principal and interest. You can see it's very, very consistent from year to year. If there's any questions here, I can answer them, but it's very, very consistent from year to year. We do try to keep our debt service consistent so that we can have money for pay-as-you-go stuff. Oops. Okay, I'm going to talk about the enterprise funds a little bit. So these are like businesses. They can operate on their own. If somebody wanted to come in and buy the water company, we technically could let them, but we choose to operate that water company ourselves. So these are businesses that can stand alone. The wastewater utility fund is first here on my list. And we have increased the rates about 3.5%. That's consistent with the policy and the increasing charges each year. And the connection fees are always kind of weird. For the audit year, it's like 1.8 million. And then they're less for 23 and 24. That's because there's no consistency in the connection fees. It depends on how many buildings are being built and going into operation and connections that are happening. So we budget this very conservatively, and then if the money comes in, great, it can be spent on projects. But we kind of wait until the money comes in. We don't want to budget a huge dollar amount that we're not gonna receive. There's also something weird I wanted to point out in the benefits section. You'll see the employee benefits look extremely low for 2022. We had a ginormous PERS liability reduction in 2022 in that audit. And so it really derailed what the actual benefits cost the city because we have to decrease the liability, and then the only other option is to increase or decrease the expense on the other side of the accounting equation. So it looks odd, but it is correct. That benefits you're going to see throughout the enterprise funds is lower in 22, and that's because of the PERS adjustment. I wish there were a way to better anticipate what that number is going to be, but unfortunately the PERS report comes out in like July or August, of the year that we're auditing. So when I get that adjustment, I have to throw it in.
Is ginormous an official CPA term?
Yes, in my vocabulary it is. I'm sorry. I'm going to go through the next slide. I'm going to go through our financial policies real quick so everybody understands the slide. You're going to see this on all of the utilities, so I'm only going to go through it once. So the financial policies, we have two reserves. We have an operating reserve, And that's usually based on a number of days. For wastewater, it's 30 to 45 days. So that's the reserve we have to keep operating the wastewater facility for 30 to 45 days. So that is one reserve. The next reserve is the capital reserve. So there's two parts to the capital reserve, and it's the higher of the two. So it's 2% of all of the capital assets, which works out to be 3,328,000. Or is that a two? I really should print these bigger. Yeah, 2,328,000. And then the system reinvestment funding, which is based on depreciation. So depreciation's larger, so that's really our goal, is going to be the 5095. Because there literally is one capital reserve. So the 5095 plus the 935 are the two that total the reserve that we're expecting to have in that fund in 24. That's our projected reserve for cash. As you can see, we're meeting all of our reserves. So if you go back to the previous slide, there was cash at the bottom, and that cash equals or is higher than the reserves that are necessary on this page. The debt to equity ratio, we set a goal of 50-50, and we're at 32% debt, which is great. We always want to be under 50%. And then the debt service coverage, we always want to have at least 1 times coverage, because that means we can pay our debt. Right now we have 2.4 times coverage. So again, very good. The wastewater is a pretty solid fund. It's running as it should be. The actual number in 22 looks huge, and that's because we don't spend all of the capital that we budget in 1 year. A lot of times it ends up rolling forward. If we do big projects, that might take 3 years to finish those projects. So we budget the total project and the total funding available, and then we end up rolling it forward if it's not used. So the actual reserve in 22 is really high because we have extra cash, but we end up rolling that forward and using it in future years. So that's why it looks a little high there in 22. For the water fund, this is relatively same as everything I just said. There's a 2.5% rate increase on this one. Again, that's just with what we're expecting to see from the rate increases. Salaries and benefits are very consistent. The water fund, we are doing the Quill treatment plant rehabilitation, so there's quite a bit of capital outlay in this fund that, again, if it's not done, will roll forward. And the projected cash that's at the bottom there, the reserve is expected to meet the reserve amounts. We budgeted it to meet the reserve amounts. So here's that slide on the water fund. It shows we meet all of our financial policies. The debt to equity ratio is 39, which is great, under 50. And then the debt coverage is 1.6, great, over 1.
Sherry, just
Yes.
for the public so that they can understand, many years ago, we set the financial policy for all of these utility funds, but to talk to the rationale of what a capital reserve and a system reinvestment, because you hear that people say, you know, what are you doing for the growth, and how are you planning for all your utility funds and all of those natures. So if you could give, or Darren or someone, a little bit, just for the public to understand what the financial policy is and the goal of those reserve accounts.
Yeah, I mean, Darren can supplement, but back before 2013, before we did any studies, we funded everything through debt. So if we had a project, we had to bond. And the debt service ratios when we first did it were right at 50 or a little over 50%, because we had to bond so much. Every big project that came up, we had to bond. So we set those rates and had those increases, and incorporated in those rates and increases were a piece that we could use to do pay-as-you-go capital, or have some capital funding that was coming in that we didn't have to bond for. So that was like the crux of why that started. The financial policies, though, were meant to keep us in line, to make sure that we were keeping those operating reserves as required, and getting those debt to equity ratios where they needed to be, and so that UFOC committee really is about making sure that the utility funds are meeting the financial policies.
With the overall objective, the rationale, though, is to help keep rates as low as possible to pay as you
Yes.
go, because issuing debt costs more money and interest carrying. So
Right.
I just really wanted the public to understand that the rationale is to keep the cost centers as low as possible within our utility accounts while maintaining our ability to keep the plants operational.
And I
Exactly.
think it should be pointed out, UFOC is a Utility Finance Oversight Committee, which is comprised of volunteer community members that have looked at a broad range of what's going on within our utilities and brings those recommendations to the board.
Yes.
Can I add, in a public meeting?
Yes, in a public meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. The last is the Stormwater Fund, and this actually was not included in the 2013 study, but later incorporated because it is very important. And I think everybody can see the changes that have happened around town with the flooding this year versus back in 2017. So I think it's doing a lot of what it's meant to do, but there's always more it can do. So we did have some rate increases in this as well that were approved by the board earlier. So those are reflected here. Salaries do look a little wacky, and it's because we hired the person that was approved last year in January. And so that whole person is included in 24. You'll see in the supplementals, we're going to ask to do that again. Those two employees were part of the initial stormwater plan, so. And we did refinance some bonds in stormwater to get the lower interest rate, and we always do that when we have the ability to save as much money as possible in these funds. And then you'll see here that, again, we are meeting all of our financial policies. Debt's at about 30%, and lower than 50, so that's good. And then the debt service coverage is 2.1, so above 1, so we're good. The last one I want to talk about is the ambulance fund. This is just near and dear to my heart. The general fund used to supplement the ambulance fund by $500,000. And since we started getting the Medicare, or Medicaid, plan that the state is helping us for those billings that we're not allowed to bill to Medicare, we're doing great. For 21, we just got the money in. It's $888,700. That helps this fund. We did increase contractual allowances in 24. That's why there's a little bit of a decrease. Again, those contractual allowances with Medicare and Medicaid kind of kill us every year. And so we're not sure what the Medicaid plan's going to reimburse us for. So we're always a little conservative. Again, fiscal 21 just came in, so 22 probably won't come in until this time next year. So we just want to make sure they're good. Capital outlays, just a little bit of equipment this year. And that's really, there's not a lot to talk about other than I'm just very proud of this fund. Internal service charges, there's only one fund I want to talk about here, but this fund these types of funds are basically funds that help the rest of the city operate. So the insurance fund pays for general and property insurance for the whole city. The workers' comp fund, the one I want to talk about, provides self-insured workers' comp for the whole city. So this fund I'm a little worried about, and I just want to let the board know. We are seeing claims go just the last couple years, they've just been going up and up, and there just seems to be no end. Back in 2018, 19, and 20, the dollar amount we were paying for claims was $570,000 to like $325,000. And the last 3 years, it's been closer to $1 million. So we're just seeing these claims continue to increase. And so my hope is that in '23, I have over budgeted claims a little bit. And '24, the cash balance will be closer to $3 million. That's the reserve I keep in this fund, is $3 million. That's due to the $2 million excess loss cap for police and fire, and 750 cap for regular employees. So the lowest I ever want to keep is 2,750,000 as a reserve, just in case we have one of these incidents. So like I said, for '24, I already increased this 10% this year. And so I hope claims don't come in as high and there's some roll forward so that ending cash balance will be closer to $3 million. If it's not, we're looking at like a 30% increase for '25. So I just wanted everybody to be aware.
Workers' comp fund, are you seeing more long-term payments instead of complete the claim? And, do we have ongoing expenses for is that what you're
There's
seeing
some
an
that are
increase?
longer term, but I think the main is the partial disability payouts. And really, we're seeing a lot of claims that we didn't see in prior years. So hearing
No law
loss.
changes or things, though, that designate?
I think there have been some law changes.
I was going to say, what's do you believe is causing the increases?
Yeah, I think it's been the law changes over the last 3 years that they just keep, adding more and more
That's
that workers' comp
eligible.
has to cover and restricting the doctors and stuff. So it's I'm just a little worried about this fund. So we'll see. Hopefully it plays out better than I'm expecting. I just want to put you guys on notice that we might be increasing the amount per employee that we put into this fund.
Sherry, we're still better off than we would be if we were buying insurance on the market.
I'm almost positive we are back.
If you do have to come back to us and ask for a rate increase,
Yeah.
I think we're going to need to
bid.
have an answer to that question definitively, to make
Okay.
sure that we're still, better off than we would be going out of the market and buying workers' comp insurance.
Yeah, we can. When we went to this, it was right before I started here, but we were paying over $1 million in premiums.
Right.
And so I can only imagine 10 years later, we'd probably be paying $2.5 million in premiums. But I can definitely have our insurance broker see what it would cost to insure the city as opposed to doing self-insurance.
Yeah, and our budget, now is basically 2 million, so.
It's 1.4 that we charge the other departments.
I'm looking at 23, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So as far as next steps, we'll talk about supplementals, supplemental requests for the budget to add into the final budget. We'll talk about the capital improvement plan. And then on May 18th, we'll have a hearing for the final budget. Once that's approved on June 1st, then it's due to taxation, and we are set for '24 to move forward.
Does any member, do we need a small break? Or is everybody okay?
I'm good.
You're okay? Because supplementals will probably take a while, so 2 minutes. We'll take a quick one. We're in recess.
Okay.
And then she can set up, she's already getting set up there for supplementals. this back to order. Mrs. Benaboo, take it away.
Yes, so next is the approval of our supplemental requests. And just to tell you a little bit about our process, we do send out a form to all the departments asking them what they need additionally in their budget that is not already included. And so we get that form back along with some information. And that is all included in your packet. The department head then usually goes to the Internal Finance Committee and lets us know why they need that position. We talk about the most important things to them, and we try to fund all the most important things. However, there was $3.2 million in total supplemental requests, so we could not afford to fund all of them. I think we funded 1.8 with 1.5 to $6 million coming from the general fund.
And just for the record, just because the departments would have asked, so even if you had the money to fund everything, it doesn't mean you would have done it. It actually is going through a review process.
It is absolutely going through a review process. I mean, that's part of it is, do they really need it, or is it just something they wish they had? So, so it's a review process. It is harder when we don't have any money because obviously, you know, there are a lot of needs out there, especially with inflation. But we can only fund what we have the money for. So these are the recommendations from IFC. I have included the page number down the side of the request. And I guess if you have a question, we can use that page number to indicate which number. I thought I had a little number on the side here, but I guess we didn't print that out. So let me know if you have a question on a specific page number and we can go to that item.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go page by page through this section. That's our normal process. So does any member of the board want to discuss an item on the first page of the supplemental request? Does
Well,
anything draw
I'd just
your
like to
question?
make a general statement.
Oh, you can do that, certainly.
There are 20 requests for employees, reclassifications, promotions and stuff. The 20 I'm talking about do not have a job description in this supplemental request. Without a job description, I don't know what that person's actually supposed to do. So I don't know how I could make a decision, yes, no, or indifferent, without a job description.
So in the past, we've included job descriptions when there's a new position, but we haven't included job descriptions for existing positions. So we can do that in the future. It's already a very large stack of paper, but I'm willing to add more.
Well, it's already 3,090 pages today, so I don't know what a few more matters. Unless on our increased Board of Supervisors line item, we can afford porters to carry this stuff for us.
So we don't have a workers' comp claim for backaches, no.
I have asked all the directors to be here if you have specific questions on positions, so they can explain exactly what those positions are doing.
Do we still put the job descriptions on our website?
I do
mean, they
not
were
believe
there.
we put the job description on the website unless the position is open.
The HR director seems to
Yeah.
disagree.
Oh,
The job descriptions are on the website.
okay, they're on the website. Sorry, thank
The
you.
current positions.
Well, I think it's also important for any of the general public that's interested in this to not have to search around in different sources to understand what we're doing.
Okay.
Anyway, that's it on that.
Good. Okay, so on the first page, is there something of interest that you would like to more fully discuss for any of you? I would like to discuss, and it will cross many of the systems, so we can just do it once, but if Frank could come up for IT. So I'm very interested It's another area in budget world for me that I feel stressed might not be stress might be the right word. So can you talk to me about what you see happening? Because there is what was your word? Ginormous amount of IT activity starting to happen within the budget cycle here. So you've got 275,000 in software maintenance, you've got 900,000 in servers. And what I'm starting to get concerned about is our long-term plan across our systems to even afford where we're going and making sure that the 5-year plan is including the replacements for this stuff. So can you just talk to me like on the IT requests here? Did you get enough money, the 275, and you asked for 500 and some odd?
Sure.
So, thank you.
Frank Bell for the record. One of the big increases that we've seen right now is Microsoft licensing. So our Microsoft license consists of everything from our emails to our server license to any end unit that's out there. That has increased immensely. Unfortunately, the city does not have enough employees to go negotiate, or employee usage, to negotiate directly with Microsoft. We have to use a third party for that, a vendor and so on and so forth. Those are flat rates now. Unfortunately, Microsoft announced that at the beginning of last year, as well as again this year, that they were going to have that increase. Everybody was affected on that if they had 5,000 employees and under. It hit everybody on that piece. That is a major, major increase in our budget, and it hit us pretty hard. So even if we decided to reduce that, we don't know what we're going to reduce. What are we going to take away? And so we have to do what's called an application rationalization to make sure that we actually help that number down as best as we can. I hope that makes sense. Any questions on the Microsoft licensing or anything else of
Just
that nature?
a quick question. Is it possible to do a statewide sort of bid with all local governments in the state to kind of get a state bid? In other words, the state does bidding all the time.
So this is a joiner. This is part of a joiner contract.
But you're already getting
So we're
a
already
joiner
getting a
rate.
discount on that. It
Okay.
is still, in my opinion, it's very, very high.
Yeah.
So we have to really understand there's no options. We have no options on. We are actually, I hate to use the term, we are held by that number.
Yeah, thank you.
Different kind of hostage than cybersecurity.
I was
It's coming
gonna
on
use
the
that
other
term.
end.
We don't use that term anymore. We don't try not.
Yeah, and IFC reduced that a little bit because we're spreading the software costs to the departments that use them. So you'll see software costs in the other departments increasing. And so Frank's went down a little bit because he's no longer paying everything out of the
That particular
IT
budget.
department. Right. So you'll see that throughout here.
He's covering sort of enterprise things that go across all departments, but if human resources has something specific to human resources, that would be in their budget.
Right.
Getting back on the comment of the 900,000 for the servers. Those servers were purchased back in 2017. They are end of life. Those servers, I'll use the term stack. It's all in one big giant stack. I don't want to get too technical. But in that single stack houses pretty much 90% of the city's applications, everything from door entrances, HVAC, Tyler Technologies, which is Munis for the financial component, a lot of our time and attendance. There's a lot of public safety that's on those stacks as well. We're starting to see little anomalies, little outages, mini outages on those machines. 2017 is quite some time ago, so we're way past the edge of what's called end of life. And so these do need to be replaced. This will be a continuous thing, most likely every 5 years.
That's what I'm worried about. Big
And so
money.
as we increase our technical footprint, we have to consider what that's going to look like. Until we actually come to the agreement that some applications are not needed anymore in some certain departments because they purchased applications for kind of an event, basically, and we start reducing that, we can reduce our footprint. But as technology grows, that's just going to be consumed by something else. So we have to consider what that growth is going to be. We have to constantly rub that crystal ball of exactly how big the stack has to get. I hope that makes sense.
So Frank, I assume you look at software options when a department needs software that are off-site and that don't need to reside in a network environment, right? I mean, I assume you have that discussion with them so that we can, and maybe it isn't more cost-effective to go off-site and to go to a cloud-based software environment. But I mean, that's, I just would like to hear that is evaluated when a discussion is had about a software package. And
So that's a very good question. And to kind of wrap that question up is basically there's actually different components. There's cloud-based, there's SaaS, which is service as a resource, and there's actually in cloud. There's three different things here. So we always ask, is this is it in the cloud? Is it what kind of software base is it? As long as we could reduce our footprint here on the prem, the cheaper it would be for us. The issue is if we start getting into a cloud-based service, in other words, let's take Munis for example. We put that in the cloud. It's relatively inexpensive to put it in the cloud, but it's very expensive to run. So all the information we have to pay as it comes down back to us. So we have to be very, very careful of what we say. We're going to put it in the cloud, or is it going to be a cloud-based service or whatever? We have to be very, very conscious of that kind of definition. There's three definitions there, and a lot of people don't understand what that definition is. So I'm going to make it very, very clear that if we go into the cloud, it's very cheap and very inexpensive to go in the cloud, but to run that cloud service back into our users, our end users, it is very, very expensive. So there's really not too many options there, unless it's a small application. We say, yes, we can run that in the cloud. Majority of our our security services are cloud-based, which is awesome because we don't have to pay for that metal or that VStack. I hope that answers your question.
yeah, I guess I just wanted to hear you say that is an evaluative process that you do in the department to have that discussion and make an evaluation and determination that, hey, it is better to go with a software as a service versus, buying something that goes in the stack. That's all.
Yeah, I'd like to also add to that is there's a component that's called administration time. And a lot of people don't do a true cost of ownership on the administration time. They only do what's the license costs and so on and so forth. But do we have enough FTEs to actually handle that service?
Well, I mean, I'll just remind everybody, if you start thinking about, how much was on a computer when I started working for the city in 1983 versus what we have now, we're saving, yes, we're spending money, but we're saving money in speed and efficiency and, probably less people, not probably, definitely less people in a lot of instances. So I just don't think we should lose sight of that. I think the biggest message is just to understand that you as a team are doing your best to ensure that we're spending our money wisely. That's all I'd like to hear.
I guess for me, the condition or the issue of thought process here, similar to the utility funds, we don't do it in the general fund, but what I'm concerned about is that we're not saving, so just who cares? You need $1 million every 5 years, that we're not reserving sufficient dollars moving forward so that I'm not trying to fund $1 million every 5 years as a, I want to say surprise, but we've worked extremely hard as this board and past boards to look at our asset management and to really be looking at those items that need replacement. And I just want to make sure that the IT assets and needs are within that asset management program or getting tagged so that as we're doing our 5-year projection models and things that we're setting up for sufficient IT, because it's like, whoa, it's not like we need to find $10,000. So I was like, oh my goodness, we're finding $1.2 million. That's a lot of find. So that's really kind of like the workers' comp fund. It's things that we just need to be cognizant of as a board and where's our mission and where are we going over the next 5 years. So thank you.
I think that's a good point. Mayor, that we should be, we generally consider that asset as fixed assets that are, 20, 25, 30-year lives, or even 10-year lives, and this is not. But you reach a point where the cost of this item maybe doesn't meet the capital definition, but we should probably treat it that way just because of the way in which, or the amount of money that we have to spend periodically to do that. And so I agree. I'd like to see us put that in the asset management program.
The servers are definitely capital items.
Set it aside.
Yeah, and I want to say they have a 5-year life
Right.
because we know
And
they're
not
not going to last
much.
10 years. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it'd just be nice to see that line item sitting there year to year that, it's slotted and, or allocated or set aside for the time when it's needed. Can we use the extraordinary maintenance fund? I mean, is that a place where we could sort of earmark? I'm just asking the
I
question.
think we could. It's got a pretty wide definition. I would definitely have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's got a
Because
pretty
if we
wide
could, then
definition.
that would be a way
easier
for
to
us
say it a little at a
to
time.
acknowledge that we're setting some aside for that
Mhm.
eventual replacement every 5 years.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything on, blah, blah, blah? Yeah, do you have a blah, blah comment? No, anything else on page 1? If not, we're going to move to page 2, the next one. Does any member of the board want to have an item of discussion? Was everything, everybody's good? I'll give you one more second to look
Yeah,
down for your
quickly,
notes.
yeah. one quick-
Supervisor Giomi.
Just on the Marshall bailiff, is that, so that has nothing to do with an expansion of a third justice court, right? I mean, it's just. I mean, we're not to that point yet, I guess is my comment, right?
So for the record, Cody Drew is the Assistant Court Administrator. So it's with projections that that's where the court is needing to go, but there are needs now as far as that position
Okay.
would fill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Good.
Okay, then we'll move on to the third page. Does anybody want to ask a question on anything on this page? Supervisor White.
I have a couple of questions. On the hourly seasonal position, I see that
Which one?
for the pool at 1015055,
Okay,
1015060.
It's the minimum wage increase.
I see that that's kind of, I see
Yeah.
that a reduced amount was recommended. So are we going to hire the same number of the employees and all of that, or we're just going to not give them as much as was requested?
So I can let Jen speak to this too, but the minimum wage is going to be increased to the required amount. They did ask for a little extra because, you can work it in and out for $17 an hour. So we're having a really, really hard time hiring seasonal employees. So I believe they asked for a $2 increase instead of just the required NRS set amount.
Okay.
And we had asked them to drop that to $1.50 simply
Okay.
because everybody was dropping something, so.
Okay. And then for the park ranger that is spread out over 3 different funds, I want to confirm that if you look at the request down at the supplemental indigent, it just says 208. I just want to confirm that it is 2086550.
Yes, that is a supplemental indigent department within the supplemental indigent fund.
And
It is.
then also, it appears that Department 5054 and 5056 will not be charged for this park ranger, is that correct? Because at the supplemental request, it shows 5 different funds to draw from, but at the bottom in the spreadsheet, those end up 0. So There's nothing coming out of those funds for this park ranger, is that correct?
That is correct. 5046 is capital. So she tries to restrict the
Okay.
employees that we pay out of capital because it's supposed to be for park capital.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
My question, and it's just you can go back and validate, because I think City Manager Paulson sent me the email to try and answer my question, but I'm unable to track it, and it could be it's just accumulated in another number and I can't see it. But the reclass 5%, the public health investigator, $6,329. And then environmental, where the reclass, I don't see the other 1,500. I do see it in the email and the stuff that I received, but I just can't, I can't find it in the document, so it could
Yeah,
again.
there is no $1,500. The employee is a higher paid employee that, so what happened was the previous public health administrator no longer works here. They were paid out of the 6853 fund, the environmental health fund. They, for a while, for about 6 months, they didn't have a HIPAA instructor. They have now tapped somebody who has the ability to be that HIPAA compliance person. She is paid a little higher, and so 5% of her salary, though, they're asking to go to the general fund.
I'm still missing something. Let me get it in my mind right. So I'm only reducing 4807 because you're saying that position's a lower classification or a lower pay than the 5% of the one in the, I don't get it.
Yeah, so 6853, initially they were paid out of there. They were a lower paid individual, but they had the HIPAA compliance ability to train. So that amount's coming out. That person no longer works here. So we have a new person who's going to be doing the HIPAA training. So they wanted to put it in administration because it's really an overall function as opposed to just environmental health. So it's a little more expensive, but it is just 5% of that one employee's salary. So it's the same percentage, it's just a little more. It's just a little higher because the new person doing it is paid more.
Making more money.
Right.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything on that page? Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. Going back to the hourly seasonal minimum wage increase, I know historically, or at least in the last couple of years, it has been really difficult to staff the lifeguarding positions, in addition to some of the other seasonal, but certainly lifeguarding. And am I correct in my recall that at times the pool isn't open because there haven't been lifeguards? Was it the outdoor pool? Or am I thinking of something else? Thank you.
Thanks, Dan Arp, Recreation Superintendent, for the record. That is correct that about a year ago, we were seeing some closures due to staffing shortages. Last budget cycle, we did take away a portion of our seasonal line item to make a lifeguard supervisor, so basically a full-time lifeguard position. And since we've done that, it has helped us to be able to keep the pools open because we now have a full-time lifeguard that's on staff instead of relying on seasonals as much. So that has helped significantly in that particular instance.
Okay, great. In this budget, I just want to really emphasize, we hear a lot about quality of life, and we hear a lot about community, and we hear a lot about Carson City being a great place. And part of what makes Carson City a wonderful place are the opportunities to recreate. And whether it's trails or whether it's indoor recreation at the MAC or at the pool. And so I think this is money well spent as we have these fantastic facilities. And yes, there are needs within the facility in terms of maintenance and all, but I want to use these facilities, and honestly, it'd be delightful to have them bursting at the seams just because we're able to. So you know, if there is any way to have it at the 35,000, I would love that. I will absolutely support if it's at 26, because I also understand that there are the budget limitations. But I think that this is something important when we think about budgets and we think about wages and everything, you know, really for all department heads and for even the collective bargaining units to keep in mind that we would love to have some money to actually also pay our seasonals well, so that we have them, and then that helps reduce the workload of other employees. Thanks.
So don't leave, wait. So what wage are we going to that we're going to be offering throughout the park system for our seasonal?
So currently, our base rate for like our lifeguards, recreation aides is at $12. So this request for the $1.50 would put our base rate at $13.50.
And that's across, because it's more than just the pool. It's really throughout all of their functionalities. And so we're going to $13.50. Is that the max, or do we have some ranges? And if you're back for the third year, you get more?
Correct. So, I mean, that's for our entry level recreation aide, lifeguard, and then each of those positions have about a $1.50, $2 range. If they repeat for seasons, then obviously if they get promoted to a lead, then there's opportunities there that get a little bit more as well.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have a question on this page? Ready to move? We're ready for the last page. Going, okay, anybody have something to discuss on the last page? So you do?
I do.
Okay, you go and then I will. Supervisor White.
Let's take a look at the wastewater plant mechanic. Back to my issues with the job description. The job description in our packet on page 265 is substantially different than the job description that was posted on the internet for the public to look at. So my question is, which job description are we going to be using here, and how does the public keep up with what we're doing?
Coming up.
So I used the job descriptions that were given to me by the departments, and I believe Melanie worked with the department. So it's possible that something online wasn't updated, but I'll let Darren respond.
Darren Schultz, Public Works Director, for the record. I request only 3 minutes, please. Perfect.
Borrow the mic next to you. Oh, sorry.
We only had a wastewater
Can you start the clock, please?
Yeah.
So it was an error by us in our department, and our updated job description that was for this position, we emailed it to the wrong person with the wrong last name. So it didn't end up in the packet like it was supposed to. So it's completely our fault that that happened. So we have updated it since then. It is the correct one. So what you have in your packet, do I have that right? The one in the packet is the updated one.
Okay.
The one floating out there is not.
So has the online agenda been updated to reflect the correct agenda?
I can't answer that, but I'll find out.
Okay.
I guess I'm needing to track or follow. We were given page 263 through 266, and it has the job description. Is that not the one that is justifying what the wastewater plant mechanic foreman is?
Melanie Bruchetta, HR Director. Does this one work? Yes. I think the confusion is that the one in your packet is a brand-new position. We don't have that position, so you won't find it online.
Right, because
So I'm
until
not
we
talking
approve it.
about job description online, I'm talking about what was posted online as the Board of Supervisors agenda today does not have the same job description online for the public to view as what we're viewing in our packet.
That must have been an oversight by our department. We took copies and I tried to slip it in everywhere, but obviously we didn't print out the final version for the Granicus that included the two final, or this final water plant mechanic foreman. I actually took copies and slipped it in each one of your packets because it was like a last minute change.
Which is why it doesn't have the page numbering.
Exactly.
This is what's
On
on
it.
the public
Okay, I got that
posted
one.
agenda.
Do you have the one from your packet?
This is the one from the packet. This is what's posted for today's meeting online for the public to look at.
See that one?
This one?
Sorry, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Um, While they're looking that up, let me bring transit up.
No. This is the updated
Because
one.
I just want to put some, they can look up the wastewater treatment issue to answer that question. So even Mr. Stuckey can come up, it doesn't matter. And then we'll come back to to Supervisor White's discussion. We, Lisa and I serve on the RTC board. And so one of the things I just want to bring to light, and if I get anything wrong, Mr. Stuckey can correct me or whatever, but it's important that we recognize in the transit system, the staff from transit had calculated that they wanted $284,400 for match. So something that happens in our transit system is we have mostly a bunch of federal grants to accomplish transit system. And within that, there's a whole bunch of different funding formulas and rules that say if it's this type of expenditure, it's a 50-50 match. If it's this kind, it's a 75-25. If it's this kind, it's 85-15. And so what I want to bring to light is that we authorized the 125,000 in the match instead of the 284,400 requested, because in the FY23 budget, undesignated dollars are existing. And I think we have that in a few other cases throughout here too. And so I've asked staff, when they bring the final budget together, to not leave money in 23, in fiscal 23, that they're utilizing to award matches or capital, to properly, in my mind, properly display it by dropping it into the ending fund balance for 23, bringing it to the beginning fund balance for 24, and then expensing it. So I do, however, on the record, so they had 307-ish, I'm close, 307,000 in undesignated project money. So we could use that to get through this transit year. What I want to bring to everyone's attention is at the RTC, we decided that we potentially really need to have a retreat or a discussion very fully on transit services within our community, because the match will indeed, it's not 284, it will be, 750,000, because this is for supplemental. So I want to draw it to your attention that the cost of transit services from the general fund subsidy is growing, kind of like the IT discussion that we had a little bit earlier. It's another pressure point on our general fund ability. The more I have to transfer out of the general fund to other activities, the less ability I have to provide the everyday services that the general fund is required to do. And so I just am asking staff to, again, review through all these places, because you'll see it later when we get to the redevelopment fund. The same issue occurs when we talk about HVAC. So just procedurally, I'd like staff to rebudget for the final, the use of undesignated dollars from 23 for unapproved projects that are actually in 24. I know that's a lot of technical jargon, but they know what it all means. But I did want to draw to all of your attention that we're going to have to address services, whether or not we're going to ever grow. Jack, we get a lot of pressure to add more bus stops or service areas, and with that comes more general fund match. So I just want to draw that to everyone's attention. And Mr. Stuckey, did I miss anything from the RTC that should be brought to light for this board?
No, I think you hit it pretty well, Mayor. We are planning to come to RTC probably June or July timeframe for that discussion. I will just add that a lot of the cost is not necessarily adding services or bus stops. It's really just being able to operate transit as we do today. Driver salaries are going up. We'll be getting a new transit contract to RTC here in the summer timeframe, and we expect the costs to be increased like everything else is increased. So I would just want to make it clear, it's not that we're adding a bunch of bells and whistles to transit. It's just simply to operate it the way we are today. So
I don't want to say we didn't add any bells or whistles, because that's not accurate. We added IT things for fares and things to be more efficient or effective, or we let them order now with their cell phone or something. So I'm not going to say we didn't do additional enhancements within Jack, but we are getting pressure, like to add a bus stop to go to up near Marshall's or things like that. So there is pressure to add bus stops. And every time you add a bus stop, another rule comes in that says you have to provide paratransit services within 3/4 of a mile of that bus stop. And that is a very expensive add. I'm not suggesting that staff here was looking for more bells and whistles, but I think it's the whole discussion that we have to be aware of. It's not simply saying, well, let's put on another bus route. With that comes money and other rules. So thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to represent Jack well. Okay. Anybody else have anything on this?
I'm going to apologize to Supervisor White. I think when I was slipping in those pages to your printed packet, I grabbed something that I shouldn't have, because it's not online. So I think I just grabbed a page and stuck it in yours extra accidentally.
What do you mean, what's not online?
So what
I
we
just
have is
looked in,
wrong.
that page is not online. Do you have that wastewater mechanic page with the
No,
crosses on it?
No, we do not have what's online. We have,
this? Yeah. And this is what's online for the public to view for our agenda.
in our packet, we got the one in his left hand.
Okay, I don't see it on the one online. What number, does it have a page number on it?
314.
No, the other one, that one.
No, it does
No,
not.
1 through 5.
No, but we all have it.
That's part of the
But you all
problem
have
with
it.
this whole thing. The numbers don't line up. That's how I figured this out.
That's
I was
very
trying to get the
weird. I
numbers
don't know
to
how
line
that
up.
happened. I'm so sorry.
It's in our packet right after page 260.
Yeah, because I mean,
Five.
there's no page number because I just slipped it in there. It was a last minute ad. So anyway, okay.
I just want to be clear too, the public will have all opportunities to, this that we have in our packet can be posted, and then the public will have all opportunity, because this all comes back to us again. I just want to make sure
But what is in the public packet is correct.
is the
Yes.
correct answer.
Not
We
what's in
got
our
the wrong
packet.
answer.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
The correct job description.
Yes.
Okay. So they have had access.
The one in
one
the
that's
packet
online.
is correct.
The public's had the correct access. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
But it does all come back. I also want to
The final budget does
stress
come
that
back.
even what we're deciding here, I just want to be very clear, does not mean we can't change our mind.
It does say tentative.
Right,
Yes.
so
Yes.
sometimes when you see the whole picture come back together, we go, whoa, wait a minute, because you also have to update the missing employee,
Mhm.
so there'll be some other little things when we
Yes.
see the whole picture, we may go, wait, that it didn't come together correct. So I want to make sure the public knows they actually get another opportunity to comment on this.
And so do we.
And so do we, right. So with that, anybody else have
More.
Supervisor White?
In the same vein of this job description, which one is which, we have in our binder tab number 97, which talks about the redevelopment authority. Tab number 97 does not exist on the agenda that was posted for the public.
It's in the
It's
redevelopment
in the
item.
redevelopment, it's posted.
It's not in agenda 19B, which this binder represents. Tab number 97.
Belongs to the next agenda item. where
It's for
posted.
redevelopment. I can give you a redevelopment binder too, if you want more.
Well, I have that.
We
Why-
put it all in one binder
Display
for ease.
mechanism, But the items are posted to, well, obviously, the public this time got a better packet than we did, but that's okay. It's the right way to err. It's the correct way to err. Okay. So is there anything else before I do public comment? Oh, good,
So,
okay. Oh,
Item
sorry.
number, tab number 97 in this binder is not part of 19B.
Correct.
Okay,
It's just a display method for you in a binder to get to
Okay.
it. That's correct. That's correct. Okay, I'm going to open the public comment on agenda item 19B on the tentative and supplemental budgets. Is there any public comment? Okay, I don't see any. No jumping up after I look away. Okay, then I will take a motion, please.
I move to approve the proposed tentative budget and direct staff to implement the approved supplemental request and any changes discussed today, which we really didn't.
We gave them a few.
Yes, that's right, thank you. And to return to this board with a final budget for adoption at a public hearing to be scheduled for May 18th, 2023.
second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Nope. Just for the record, Ms. Benaboo, you're clear on some of the small changes that you're going to add employee, blah, blah, blah.
I am.
Yes, okay. Just want to make sure. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion was approved unanimously. Thank you for your hard work on this one. It's a question. Do you want to take a quick break and grab a bite to eat, or should we try to power through? What's your pleasure? Power through?
How long do
Okay.
you think we're going to take on the CIP? Go ahead.
Maybe do CIP and then take a break? Okay, let's schedule it that way. We're going to now move to agenda item 19C, discussion and possible action on the proposed CIP for fiscal years 24 through 28. Ms. Benaboo.
Yes, thank you. Sherry Russell Benaboo, Chief Financial Officer for the record. I'm going to go through a quick slideshow here. There is a spreadsheet with all of these on it. The slideshow shows how we are funding all of the capital. So hopefully with them together, you can see how we're funding all the items we're requesting. So the first slide is the Capital Projects Fund. This is funded mostly by the general fund. There is some 5-cent property tax that comes into this fund as well. We're transferring $8,770,267 into the Capital Projects Fund, of which $3,596,752 is for landfill. The rest is for other capital needs. We anticipate a very small $50,000 in interest earnings, and then the $840,553 is the 5-cent property tax. However, that's reduced by the amount of debt service, which is $478,244. Whoops, no, debt service is something else. It leaves, after debt service, it leaves for $478,244. So we have available for capital $9,298,511 for 24. On the next slide, you'll see break fix is a little light. I like to keep it 300 to 350,000. I'm hoping there'll be some roll forward from the current year, so hopefully we'll get up to that number. But currently we have a budget of 271,170 for break fix. The vehicle replacement programs, 935,000, not including landfill, that's separated out. And then you can see the other items here that we're requesting. The master plan update of 300,000. That's obviously something we do every 5 years or so.
Let's, in the interest of time and to help everyone throughout this, we're going to stop on each page and do the very same thing. If you have a specific question on a capital item, speak up so that as Sherry's going through these pages, we can do two things at the same time. So my question, and it's just for a comment for the future, this is labeled as our capital list, but a master plan is not that. So in the future, that's not capital, that's hiring a contractor. It's really one shot. So that's why it's on here instead of the supplemental, because we're not going to add it as a permanent budget item, but just for the public and everyone, I think in the future we will change this to capital and one-time expenditures, because we don't, I know Melanie would like us to add 300,000 permanently to her budget. Sorry, one time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just want to, but does anybody have anything on this page that you want to discuss on the capital? Nope. Everybody good? Okay, next page, Sherry.
Okay, this next page is quite a bit of facilities, and you'll see when we get to the spreadsheet, the facilities we have marked like we did last year, which ones are from the asset management plan. We couldn't fund everything we wanted to this year. Again, we're not, we're short on funds, so, but we funded what was the most critical as far as facilities maintenance told us, so.
Okay, does anybody have anything that they would like further discussion on this capital page? Supervisor White?
I guess the question is, we're including our questions here from the spreadsheet as well.
Correct.
Just a general question, not questioning the project, but project number 20, the animal control boiler replacement. The building's only 7 years old. Why are we replacing the boiler?
It's not. It's recommended 0.
Oh, it's got dollars.
No,
So
they
there's-
asked for 110 and they said no.
Yeah, there's a requested column, so you can see everything requested, and then what we're recommending is in 24.
0. You had a great question. They agreed with you. It's only 7 years old. 0. Okay, sorry. Okay, anything?
I mean, if it's needed.
Well, if something's wrong, right? Okay.
$10,000 if we need it.
Okay. Sorry.
3 minutes.
Oh.
Lots of awkward pauses. Do I have the right one? Does this work? Yeah, great. Okay. Yeah, your observation is correct. We are having a very difficult time with boilers right now across the city. And our facilities group have looked into this, have researched it. What we've kind of come up with is that the quality of the product that we are starting to get over the last decade and a half is a much lower quality than what we had before. Hot water heater in your house, you buy it, it should last you 20, 25 years, maybe 30 years. That's no longer the case with the quality of these boilers that we're getting. There is a line between do we purchase something that costs more that will last twice as long? And we're looking at that and reviewing that and making that decision before we buy any new boilers to make sure our cost benefit, is appropriate. But we're seeing this, we just replaced a bunch here at the pool, and it's kind of a sign of the times, maybe you could say, but they're just not lasting. The other thing that we do have here is with our increased minerals in the water, that is harder on boilers. So where appropriate, we're putting in filters ahead of time of the boiler to try to remove as much of that mineral as possible to allow our boilers to last. The problem is that filter system those are real expensive too. So you have to base that off of how expensive is the boiler. Is it cheaper just to replace it every 10 years or put in a, just as expensive filter system leading up to it? So your observation is correct. They're lasting shorter and shorter.
So we don't need to project it out in the 5-year model to put a replacement, even though you didn't fund it for 24? Should it be out there in 25, 26, or 27?
This filter is at failure right now, so it was in the capital plan. We brought it forward a month ago for break fix for this current year to fix it. So
so it's already getting fixed.
It's already getting fixed.
Yeah. Okay, then it doesn't need to be in the 5-year. That's a different answer. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anybody else have anything on this page? Supervisor Schutte.
Thank you. With Northgate, I know that, it's in the process of being sold. I just see it on here, the rooftop units, and I see that it's projected out. At what point does that get removed when it's sold? Okay.
We'll take it off the capital plan.
Okay, thank you.
It's on the spreadsheet. Mm-hmm. On the first page of the 5-year. It's not projected in 24. It's just in the 5-year plan, right? Nope, good question. Okay, anybody else? Okay, next page.
You can just
Speed
go
of
through the
shed.
capital spreadsheet for the 210 if you want.
Your choice, if that's fine.
That's really what we're going over is the recommended for 2024 on that spreadsheet. But I don't really have anything to say about the next page of the slides, which is health through public works. We already talked about the information technology, that VxRail virtual environment that Frank had talked about. That's the largest item on that page. And then there's some parks costs that we've approved through 210 are recommended for funding. And they always look if they can fund it through quality of life or the residential construction tax. And these seem to be things that just can't be funded by those sources.
So on the sheriff department page, the assistant sheriff Tahoe was budgeted at 79,400. Does that need to be corrected to the 85,000?
Yeah, it should be 85. I'll fix that in the final budget.
Okay, just want to put that on the record. Okay. Got another one? Sure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Door project at Foreman Roberts' house.
Oh, no, that's redevelopment. That's redevelopment. So we'll wait till we do 603 for all the redevelopment questions. Sure. Supervisor Schutte?
In parks, the dogway station and signage, I know that, or I believe that that's also something that community, different service clubs potentially can cover, I'm drawing up a sponsor. Thank you. It's those tricky words. How is that going, or is that something that you've had pretty good response to, or is that something that would be helpful? And sorry, I just thought of that now, seeing it on there again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Supervisors. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I didn't come prepared with the statistics for that, but the program is going well. We do have several volunteer groups and individuals that help fill and replace the bags in the mutt-mitt stations, the dog waste disposal stations for us, which is really helpful. We have the desire to have a sponsorship opportunity as well. So like a local vet's office or something could sponsor those locations. The amount in here is to coincide with what you approve with the dog policy, so we can increase those locations and make sure people can pick up after their pets.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something else come to you, Supervisor White? No, you're good? Okay. Next.
I think we were on the sheriff's office. Any other questions there? Okay.
Ready? Keep going.
Okay, and then fire would be next. They just have a few items. And then, of course, the landfill, how they're breaking out their portion of capital.
Anybody have
So
any-
that total 9,298,511 matches what the funding is available for in the first slide we talked about. And I promise, I always give you guys a great breakout of the vehicles, because I know it's very important what vehicles we're replacing. So here's the list of vehicles. This was not 100% in agreement with the vehicle replacement policy. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough money, and so when we got together as a group of directors and elected officials, some people really, really needed a vehicle. They felt that theirs was more important, and so we put what we agreed on replacing as opposed to just going right down the list. I think if we went right down the list, it's the last page in this presentation, which is the, yes. Yes, so if we went straight down the list, I believe it would be like almost all sheriff's vehicles. So the sheriff was kind enough to give up a few of those vehicles to allow other departments to get vehicles that they felt they needed replaced immediately.
But the point is, all of the vehicles that we're replacing met the criteria that we've established for
Yes.
replacement.
Yes.
Not that you are replacing vehicles that don't meet the criteria.
No, they did meet the criteria. We just didn't go straight down the
Correct.
list. We just,
You
we
reprioritized.
reprioritized a little bit. Yeah.
Right.
Right. And so those will obviously be at the top next year.
So I have a question on one of the vehicles. And while it may meet the policy, I guess directly, but I just have a difficult time understanding on the open space 254. I'm assuming it met age is one of the criteria, but I thought in the policy we could look at the actual vehicle too, because it only has 61,000 miles and it's a Tahoe. So I'm having a pretty tough time understanding. Mine has, well, I'm like 400 miles short of that, but anyway, right around that. So I just want to make sure it was more important, and it could be that its funding source was out of Fund 254 versus the sheriff's being out of 101, but I just question whether we really need to get that vehicle if it's having a lot of mechanical problems or something else besides mileage.
Yeah, I think you bring up, Darren Schultz, for the record, you bring up a really good point. We lump these vehicles by fund and then go down the list.
Right.
So open space was not, this vehicle was not compared up with a sheriff's vehicle because it's different funding. Now to get onto it, the age is what triggered it to go on the list, but then we also look, I think there's a total of 6 other components that we look at that list. And it didn't rank super high in terms of its overall rating, but high enough to where it made it available for replacement. And based off of it being a vehicle that is used for first response in certain cases in open space, it sent it over the edge for recommended for improvement, so, or replacement.
Okay. What are we gonna do with the what are we gonna do with the vehicle?
The existing one would.
So it only has 61,000 miles. I'm having a tough time here. What are we gonna do with it?
It's not, again, kind of going back to the policy,
Right.
it's not just the mileage, there's
Right.
other factors that
Okay.
trigger it, and all I can say is that it met it. But I could certainly provide you a write-up of those triggers, but
I'm just trying to remember. I thought, lots of maintenance or, anyway. It's fine.
and I can't remember that,
Yeah,
but that.
I'm
if
trying to
it
go
is-
through in my mind what was in the list. Like I said, it was age, miles, maintenance.
Right.
Do we have a lemon? How much time, how many miles year over year they're adding on to it? I know, you're right. There was quite a few. I just want us always to make sure that we're,
Well, it's kind of miles too, I think we talked about. Isn't that in
Right,
there,
like I said.
the kind of miles?
Yes.
In other words, an open space vehicle probably spends a fair amount of time on non-paved roads.
Well,
So,
yes, the
if
majority.
you
is-
drive a car 61,000 miles on a dirt road, it's a lot different than driving it 61,000 miles on a highway.
Well, it's not just dirt
I'm
roads.
not sure that's the case,
either.
but-
It's
I don't know.
It's
Right.
rocky.
Right, well, yeah, okay.
So
So
open
off-road.
space,
Right.
off-road, yeah.
I'm gonna have faith in you, but
Okay.
it just doesn't look super peachy on the document.
Appreciate the questions.
And that's one of the things,
Yeah.
like, when I came on the board, I said, let's get an actual policy together so that
Mm-hmm.
it's not just wiggly waggly. I mean, another example is up in Parks, the dump truck. That only has 47,853, but it's a 1994,
Mhm.
right? So
I just want to make sure we're spending, again, we're the steward of the funds and where they're going, and I just want to make sure that we're using the assets as long as possible, right? I would prefer the useful life is 8 years and we got 12. Then I think we're doing great, that's all.
Well, and
Right.
that's another part of the
Right.
criteria is, can it be reassigned somewhere else?
Well, that was what
It's
my
being
question was.
problematic, it's meeting some criterias, but if we put it over here, but we also don't want a department that has relatively low mileage to be the redheaded stepchild that gets all the cast-offs either. Because you have to balance that
Reality.
Yeah,
as well. We had a lot of those discussions.
that's me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the next slide is mainly the other funds and the vehicles they're replacing in the other funds. So total vehicle replacement is vehicle and equipment, I should say, 5,235,000.
Thank you.
And then we'll go through the other funds. So Carson City Transit, this is for 2 big buses. And this is FTA funded mostly. There's a match. Their capital match is, I think, 80-20, so it's a good match.
Oh, I do have a question on that one, and I did not ask it at RTC, but I got it afterwards from some public. So why the size of the bus? Is it sized right? Do we have to buy that big a bus? That was just a general question from the public. And so staff is always, right, looking at the ridership and the activities. And at one point, I'm trying to remember and put my other hat back on. I was like, we changed the size of the buses at one point in time because we did some garage work and maintenance work. Can you address the size of the bus?
Yeah, Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record. So I can't remember what size bus these actually are, but I know that our staff, we do have in our fleet, we have a couple different sizes that serve different needs. The size that we have here, there was much discussion back and forth with our transportation manager, our fleet supervisor on getting the right size of the bus. We are comfortable, I know, with this size of these 2 buses moving forward and fitting into our fleet, so.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask that when I get public questions. I try to get them
And when
addressed
the
on the
public
record.
says those giant buses are always empty.
I wasn't going to give the rest of the comment, but that is correct. And that's why they asked, why are you buying such big buses when they're empty? Can't you buy some lot less expensive vans? And anyway, I just wanted to assure everyone that we do have staff that's constantly looking at right sizing those buses. And
We read a report where back east, they're pushing for dial-up service. They think that's cheaper.
Oh, wow.
I know.
If I can speak to that, though, I mean, I spent several hours riding around on the Jack bus, and sometimes it is kind of empty, and then at the next stop, quite a few folks get on, and then it's not empty, and it's it's a stop to stop, and so because I agree, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to go for a ride, and it really was quite telling that they are being used. And then I interviewed riders, and because I'm a goober that way, and it was really interesting to hear the whys behind why they were riding, and the benefits of it and how it was helpful. And so I just think that's important because it is a huge expense. And so how do we use this in the best way possible?
And when I rode the Jack bus, my observation was most of the folks on the bus were pretty grumpy. So maybe we can put some happy birthday things or something in the buses to
Smooth jazz.
if we can make their environment more happy, I mean, we'd have happier drivers too. So
All right. Keep going.
Okay. I think we all
we
are
need
hungry
a
at this
break.
point. So,
Sorry. Go ahead.
so regional transportation, these are paid for with taxes. And these are the projects we're going to be doing in the regional transportation funds, or that they're requesting to do. If approved today, there is a little undesignated, and you're going to see that a lot. And that's a good thing with inflation going on right now. That undesignated might be eaten right up. So, yeah. The street maintenance fund, again, I said there's just a little bit of equipment in there. Quality of life. Those are the undesignated numbers I pointed out earlier for capital at the top. And then those are the projects listed underneath that they're requesting that will all be paid from quality of life. On the spreadsheet, it is broken down by department, so you can see the 5012 park maintenance, what they're requesting under that. Each department does have undesignated, so we can fit all of these projects if approved.
I have a question on this one. I want to talk about the Centennial Tennis Courts, please. Thank you. So I'll give just my general question to bring this whole project. So we've had prior money in the tennis courts and we didn't have enough. And what I'm trying to do is get the whole project. How many courts, how many do we have funded, and where are we? I want to get the tennis courts done. I don't want this to be a 10-year project that we're just saving and say, it's time. Let's get the tennis courts done. So talk to me about the tennis courts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I completely agree. I would love to have that done. There's a total of 8 courts right now. We have 2 courts with funding from the ARPA money. So that's federal funding, and we can't, the grant sources that we typically apply for, we can't use that as match because it would be federal matching federal. So it's difficult to be able to leverage the ARPA money right now. In this budget, if approved, and we based our cost on Ross Gold as a similar project, it's the same method we'd like to do, which is the post-tension concrete. We wanted to do the longer, it's higher up front, but it's less maintenance ongoing, and it would have a longer lifespan. So if you approve the budget as is, we would be able to redo 4 of the courts. There would still be 4 courts remaining that need to be done.
My question is, though, we're going to do the 4 courts. We're not going to wait for funding for the next 4. That's really what I'm after, is that let's get the 4 courts done, because we have to obligate and Yeah, coming up on ARPA.
Yes, so
So that's what I'm
if you
after.
approve the budget as is today, we would put out an RFQ because we have to go through the federal process for that, get a design on board, and then this next fiscal year, we would do it by the ARPA deadline, which would be the end of '24.
So you're saying we'll.
We would have 4 courts
if
done.
possible, if the money
Yes.
works.
We would love to do all 8. We don't have the funding for all 8.
Do we have excess ARPA dollars that we have down in undesignated ARPA?
We do, yeah, there's about 800,000 we have available.
I want to talk to us as the board about completing, I mean, I know that we may want to save part of the, so bring it back for discussion at the final budget or even at the next meeting to discuss the undesignated ARPA dollars, because we may need it on another project that staff hasn't told us they were anticipating using the undesignated ARPA dollars, but I want to get the tennis courts done. It's been a project on our quite a few years, and so it's just time, and I think it's less expensive to do all 8 at the same time because you're mobilizing crews, so it makes sense to do 8.
Yeah, it would be
So-
ideal from a construction standpoint and a design standpoint
All
to
of
do
it.
that all together.
Mhm. And so if 300,000 out of, I don't know, again, I'm not telling you to do it out of ARPA right now, but I'm asking you to bring back that discussion for us to
Well, we
see if
have-
it works.
We have
Okay.
over 500,000 of undesignated still here.
Well, that's what yeah.
So, we don't have to use all the ARPA funds.
No, I'm asking staff to bring us back a proposal that would finish these courts. And you
Well,
can
and maybe
use
what we
whatever
can do is when
methodologies.
we do an RFQ, we can do an alternate of all 4 courts so we can see if it's possible to fund all 4.
We
Right.
also would need to design for all 8 upfront too. So
Right.
we were designing for 4. We were going to be designing those in-house with Public Works to keep our costs down, which is great. We would need to design for all 8 and then build that construction budget to
You
fit
just
that.
duplicate it. 4, 8, just duplicate it.
Well,
Come on.
I
They're
know.
Nothing back
engineers,
there at
it's
the
not
back
that
ta-
easy.
He's like, Darren's like, yeah, right.
They're engineers, it's never that easy.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and
But
if
anyway,
all
that-
if all 8 courts were next to each other, that'd be great. But you have a set of 4 that's,
I know,
up a
I'm
little
joking,
higher.
I'm
I
joking,
know.
I'm joking.
I totally agree.
Just directing you to bring us back the plan and you guys figure out which nickels and dimes you're taking from what sources, but we would like
And
to see the
the
tennis court
excess
project
design costs
completed.
we could absolutely absorb in quality of life capital.
Okay,
Okay.
that would be great. Okay, so that's mine on that one.
Okay.
I like
Any other
that.
quality of life questions?
Yeah,
The
do you-
quality
do
of
you
life one
think-
is 2
Jen, do you
pages.
think all of the bonding capacity of the CTA is going to get used up with the softball fields and the improvements there?
Yes.
So there won't be any extra, you don't think, to be able to
I
do?
don't think so. I
Okay.
think that will include the turning over to artificial turf, the
Yeah.
drainage, and then the landscape buffer, which we desperately need up
No,
there.
I agree with all of that, yeah. And if there's extra, I want to still do the scoreboard, so, okay, thank you.
I do
Supervisor
have a
White?
question. I don't know how this got past me, but the blade and tool sharpener for $23,600. I realize I'm old and I came from the caveman days, but in my day, that was a guide bolted to a bench grinder. Sell me this $23,000 blade sharpener.
Super blades, no, ginormous blades, sorry. Couldn't help it.
Well, I think we're gonna have to add that word to the
Yeah, new
dictionary here. For the record, Dave Navarro, Parks Operations Superintendent, Madam Mayor, Board of Supervisors. Yes, so in talking with our Parks shop operator, yes, this is, you are correct. It's typically a grinder bolted down and one guy, but with this blade sharpening unit, it's more automated, so he can set the degrees of what the blade is grinded at. And with so many different mowers that we have, there's some requirements in there on the different type of degrees. So he pretty much just, with this machine, he would set it and forget it, allowing him to go work on like something else. And then when that one's done, then, he can just take it out, put another one in, hit a button, go. And so he doesn't physically have to be there grinding all
I think, like the last count we had, there was 96 like blades that we have throughout our entire mowing like fleet. So hope that answers your question.
This machine also do the rebalancing that has to be done often on those kind of blades?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that, but if not, I think it still has the capability of doing that. Absolutely.
And I'm sorry for those questions today. I must have been asleep when I read this page, but that's jumping out at me now.
No, yeah, that's quite all right. Yes, I mean, when it was brought to my attention, I kind of asked him like the same thing. I was like, this seems like a pretty large like investment. So
Can you get me the information on that grinder?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
It does ginormous numbers
You
of
can buy one
blades.
yourself?
I still have my-
96 of them. Who would have thought?
I have upgraded to safety glasses nowadays, though.
All right. Does anybody else have any
That's why you have only 7 fingers.
questions on that one? I'm gonna throw one out that I
Years.
want
Still have 'em.
considered. And you can bring back options and costs to determine whether we want to do it. But at this community center here, we've done a lot of work like in the theater and things, and every time we touch something, then we have to bring it to ADA compliance. So we did in the theater and everything, but we don't have an ADA access door. And so I'm not saying which particular funding source, because it potentially can even come out of the redevelopment, but I'm throwing it out there right now that I want us to do one door set ADA compliant, please.
Sounds good. We'll work with Ron Reed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Development is good.
thank you.
Any other questions on quality of life? I'll move on if not. The Extraordinary Maintenance Fund, for this year, we've transferred $825,000 from the general fund. And for that, we are going to do a boiler replacement at the sheriff's office and then some roofing projects.
And we have a whole $304
That's
that you.
going to be an undesignated, yes.
Sorry, can't resist teasing you.
Yes,
The shingle
That's not
project might cost
ginormous.
304 more, right? Okay, thank you.
right.
Okay,
Hey, they got a match or somebody will give me grief for not matching, so.
you can't win.
All right, residential construction fund. Again, we're never sure how many residential construction taxes we're gonna be charged in a year, so we estimate very low. And then the 40,000 is just undesignated. I know in the initial package, I put undesignated playground equipment. That was my misunderstanding. I thought everything in this fund was spent for playground equipment, but that's not correct. It just has to be
Might be
small
tennis
parks.
courts.
Right, it just has to be
No,
a certain
that one
small
won't
size
qualify.
parks,
It won't.
so, no.
We would have thought of that.
They're like
We
little
would have thought of that
neighborhood
before
parks.
if we could have. It's too big. Remember, it
Yeah.
has to be under 25.
So I did change it to undesignated, so going forward, we should just see undesignated.
Are we doing anything out of the residential construction fund? Anything?
Blackwell's
Nothing?
Park, I believe we're doing right now.
But
Blackwell's
nothing for
Park?
next year slated?
Not yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
All right, next is the V&T. And this, we changed the plan of expenditure so that we could spend it on some of the streets, the district projects. And so as those have not been identified yet, they're just sitting in transportation infrastructure to be available when those projects come to fruition. Infrastructure Tax Fund, right now, we're kind of focused on the William Street Corridor project. So, and that is the plan of expenditure in this fund. So this is excess after all debts paid. There's a little extra money to spend potentially on those corridor project, or we'll save for the next corridor project. Ambulance fund, they can buy their own stuff now. It's very exciting. So they've got a little bit of vehicle replacement and then some equipment. Sorry. No problem. Those are user fees. Are you okay?
I don't know if you think so.
Okay. You can take off, I can. Okay. The Stormwater Utility Fund, so those are the
Buy an ambulance,
projects.
But we could get one here. Or then.
Practice one of those
You are
heart
on a roll.
defibrillator things.
Thank you. Look, another Vanna just popped in. Thank you. This is Jamie from my department.
Tell
She's
them
one
you
of the
replace them
managers.
Just like that.
Was that in your budget augmentation?
Oh, gosh. We're good.
So these are the projects they're looking at doing from the Stormwater Fund. As I said, we talk about the capital later. And you'll see in all of these, there's a pretty good chunk going to the East William Street project. We're gonna dig up that whole road. We might as well replace the utilities underneath, so, instead of digging it up twice. The wastewater fund, these are the projects that they're looking at doing, in '24 for the wastewater fund. They do have a large undesignated infrastructure capital amount. That's good. Someday we'll have to do a big upgrade to the wastewater plant, so we kind of like to see a decent sized number there. We also have a lot of big wastewater pipes and stuff, so.
Sherry,
Yes.
the rationale for putting that in undesignated instead of ending fund balance type, well, it's not the right kind of
It's
fund,
working
but
capital, but yeah.
working capital in this fund is in case something happens, then they have the ability to spend it versus I'm
Yes.
truly saving it for future upgrades.
Yes, so anything we let fall to working capital or ending fund balance, we don't really have access to until we come to the board and get an actual augmentation, which we only do twice a year. But if there's an emergency, a big wastewater main breaks and we've got to go in and fix it, there's some money available to do that if necessary. So we do try to leave all the available funding in some kind of an undesignated account so that it's available for use in the current year. Most of those roll forward to be available next year, but if there is something that happens, we've got the funding. Thank you. The water utility fund, same thing. These are the projects they're looking at for the water. We did take all three of the utility funds to the Utility Finance Oversight Committee on March 21st, and they did recommend the budgets and the projects for approval at this meeting. The cemetery fund is even able to buy a little bit of equipment stuff on its own, so that fund's doing much healthier than it has in the past. I know, that's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, it is.
So,
Note my project at the cemetery last year. My mind is figuring out what I can do even better than last year. 'Cause
Yeah.
that cemetery needs some more.
and the last one is the fleet fund. They have some capital that they have available, working capital from prior years. We do charge the funds for VEUs and REUs over the years, and sometimes they're savings. They don't spend as much as we think they're going to spend. So these savings will help them build the tire and welding shop. Again, these are savings over several years. They didn't just, over budget. But they are savings that they're able to do this for, so we're not going to charge the funds more to do them, is what I'm getting at. And then if there's any questions on the actual spreadsheet, on the right side, the AMP were for the asset management plan. Okay, sorry. So if there's no other questions here, I think we've covered everything unless there's no other questions.
Right, we'll do the redevelopment that's included in this 5-year when we talk about redevelopment.
Right.
Because there is a little bit of
There's some
crossover.
recommended for our redevelopment, yeah.
Okay. Does any other members have any questions? We're good. Is there any public comment on the CIP? Seeing none, I can bring it back up for a motion. In the motion that is listed on our agenda item, please update it to have the same that we had on the last tentative, that it should include any of the discussions on the record. So we talk about tennis courts and ADA, all the items on the record.
I move to approve the CIP as discussed, and direct staff to return to the board with fiscal year 2024 final budget, incorporating this CIP information as well as the items specifically discussed on the record here for our hearing on May 18, 2023.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. We are.
Thank you very much.
Just in time. You can eat. We are in recess. Thank you. Call the redevelopment authority to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Chair Bagwell,
Here.
Vice Chair Giomi. Here. Member Horton, Member Shute,
Here.
Member White. Here. Got a roll call.
Thank you. Quorum. I have a roll call. That was pretty
Quorum.
good. Whew. Day's not over yet, but we're trying. Okay, we're on agenda item number 23, which is our opening public comment. Do I have any public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 24, which is approval of our minutes. Does any member have a change to the minutes? Not, I'll accept a motion of approval, please.
I moved.
Okay, and there's a,
I didn't even
so
say it.
moved. So moved. Got it. So moved.
Okay, so moved.
And a second by
By
not Supervisor White, Member White. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 25A, discussion and possible action regarding the 2024 redevelopment discretionary funds, tentative budget allocations to implement redevelopment. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. The purpose of this item is to review the proposed discretionary redevelopment projects and funding for FY24 and to get your input, the redevelopment authority's input, before the formal consideration of the budget. For FY24, the CFO has anticipated total revenues for the redevelopment account in the neighborhood of $3.3 million. I'll just remind you that the redevelopment authority has advised that the priority is to use redevelopment funds for infrastructure projects that benefit the general public and provide support to existing property owners, businesses, and events, as opposed to providing incentives directly to individual property owners, businesses, and events. The redevelopment authority also requested that unused funds from the facade improvement program be rolled over to the sidewalk and ADA improvement funding. So I just wanted to remind you that we didn't forget about that, and we will certainly be implementing that. At its April 6th meeting, the Board of Supervisors directed that $50,000 from the facade improvement program be redirected to the downtown gateway improvement funding, or gateway feature. So half of that in 2023, $25,000 will be reallocated, and we're proposing an additional $25,000 FY24. So you'll see a $75,000 funding for the gateway project. We're splitting that over 2 fiscal years because in fiscal year 23, RAC did approve one facade grant for property at 210 South Carson Street in the amount of $22,197. That construction has not commenced. So, moving on. So on February 6th, The RAC Board, RAC Commission Committee reviewed the request for discretionary spending and made the following recommendations to the Redevelopment Authority. In terms of events, the events and activities being suggested are a farmer's market at $22,000. That does represent a $3,000 reduction from FY23. The Christmas tree lighting staying at $10,000. 4th of July, again, staying at $15,000. Nevada Day staying at $25,000, and $50,000 for arts and culture. In terms of projects for FY24, the recommendation of RAC was, and again, their recommendation was $50,000, but we've increased it by the $25,000 based on your March meeting. So $75,000 would be the proposal. For sidewalks and ADA improvements, $200,000. Appian Way intersection, $200,000. Engine houses arches, which I'm going to come back to in a minute, but $400,000. Mills Park walkways replacement, $75,000. The East William complete streets at $400,000. Stewart Street streetscape and sidewalk at $100,000. The Jack Transit Center, $70,000. Community Center interior signs at $20,000. Downtown trash enclosure, $25,000. And Marv Texera sound system at $50,000. So this is the recommendation of RAC. I want to go back to the engine house arches. For the engine house arches, when those initially went to RAC, and Supervisor Schutte likely remembers, there was discussion at RAC that this should not be solely a public project. They really encouraged it to be a public-private venture. The overall budget on this is $676,996. The $400,000 just represents the request for FY24. To date, $85,000 has been spent. Staff's really not in a position to facilitate a public-private partnership, and I'm questioning whether or not this project should be delayed to see if there is opportunity for a public-private partnership to pursue it, or delayed until there's a time when there's more workers available, materials are more accessible, and this could come in at potentially a better price. Darren Schultz and Dan Stuckey are present if you have questions about sort of the derivation of these numbers. But I did want to point this one out to you because RAC was clear that they felt like it should be a public-private partnership. After the RAC meeting, we realized, we learned from the finance department that $1 million would be rolled forward into the FY23 budget as an undesignated line item. And there was also an estimated ending fund balance of $600,000, meaning 1.6 million. So I went back to Parks and Rec I went back to Parks and Rec into Public Works, but what was also happening at the same time is finance was looking at the capital improvement request. And so we were able to identify capital improvement requests that had come in as a CIP request but would qualify for redevelopment money. These projects have not been reviewed by RAC because we did not know there was this extra money at that time. So those projects are the Foreman Roberts House fence replacement at $12,000, the Foreman Roberts House second floor door, $55,000, Community Center HVAC at $1.1 million, and Community Center interior paint at $163,185. There's also going to be a mural and music festival. Sierra Scott's very involved in that with the Visitors Bureau. And she has asked if it would be possible to increase, and I think what we would do is increase the Arts and Culture Fund, which is currently at $50,000, by another $10,000 so that they could scale up this event. RAC has sort of taken a hands-off approach on arts and culture, and they allow the Arts and Culture Commission to handle that, and I think they work cooperatively with the Visitors Bureau because they have a source of money from the hotels. So in looking at these projects, I would suggest, and RAC has not seen these, so I just want to underscore that the Foreman Roberts House and the HVAC be funded. I kind of want to sit tight on the interior paint just to see where things are in terms of the projects already being funded. If anything comes in and needs additional money, I'd rather see projects close than have too many projects open and we don't have the money to close on something. So would that, the motion, I guess, would be, I invite you to have a conversation about this to make sure you, as the redevelopment authority, are able to articulate what you expect to see in the 2024 redevelopment budget. And then the motion would be to incorporate the recommendation of RAC with whatever following changes you want to incorporate. Thank you.
Go back a couple of slides. We're gonna do this in the same fashion that we do all of them. Anybody have any issues with that sheet that's on the screen? Anybody see any changes there? That's what we've already kind of approved that as our mission. So everybody's good. Pass, next page. Anybody have anything on that page that we want to discuss? I want to, go ahead. What do you got?
I want to talk about the engine arches.
Yes. let's talk about the
You know,
Yep.
I think we all are tired of this just languishing, number one. The arches have been stored for decades.
Yep.
And I just want to get it done. You know, I know it's a lot of money. I get all that. I don't think there's much hope in public-private partnership, honestly. I think if there were something in the wings for that, it would have happened years ago, or probably should have happened years ago. I'm wondering if we can save a little money if I understand this is 2 arches. Do you think we can save money if we do 1 arch and maybe sort of reconfigure the other pieces in some form or fashion? You know, whether they're spots to sit or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, good question. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Director of Public Works, for the record. Just to give a little background, because I think for the general public to understand, you know, the price tag of where we're at. We started, obviously, everybody knows we salvaged the sandstone blocks in the original engine house, over 100 years old. I think at the time when we did the conceptual and estimate for the project, we assumed it would be, you know, there'd be some steel, but we'd have the blocks in place and we'd build them up like the arches were, you know, historically, right? Well, we got a structural engineer on board and some masonry experts, and nobody was comfortable with the structural integrity of these blocks in their current fashion and how it would all be designed. I mean, you're dealing with wind load, snow load, seismic activity here. So all of that factored in, nobody was comfortable. So the design now we've gone through, we've got experts, actually we've got some experts, national experts to help work on this. The plan now is to use those blocks because we want to keep the integrity of the original structure. And basically they're going to cut it in each of those sandstone blocks into different cut pieces. There's about 800 different pieces they're cutting in the sandstone at different dimensions. And it's going to be essentially a veneer that they're going to post on a bigger concrete and steel structure. So it'll be structurally stable, but it will still have the original pieces of the sandstone. So that's where we've come. And when you think about, you know, making 800 cuts, and it's a very complex anchoring system to attach those sandstone veneer to the structure, that's where we're at today.
So that's where we are with that 400,000
Yes.
plus the other that's there.
Yes. So to answer your question, yes, there's some cost scope reduction, I guess, alternatives that could be considered. These were presented at the redevelopment committee. One of them, your suggestion, there are 2 arches side by side. So going down to 1 arch would reduce costs. Yes. The other discussion that I believe happened there was right now we're trying to have the height, that historical height of these arches, and they're 22 feet tall. So, I mean, even before the arch piece starts, it's 12 feet high. And then, you know, I think it's 18 feet to the top of the arch. So they're significant structures. So another option is potentially to lower that, right? So, I mean, that would, the structural, like you wouldn't have to do as much from a structural standpoint because it wouldn't be as massive as a structure. So those are both options that are on the table that could happen, but you're also backing away from the historical nature.
Accuracy, yeah.
Yeah.
And we still are, the site that we're putting them is still on the line where the.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'll let everyone else talk, but I want to get it done. I know it's a lot, but it's such a big part of our history. It's such a huge draw to this community. The Train Museum had an event last year that drew nearly, I mean, thousands, 5,000 or 6,000 people, all from out of town. And during our recap, I'm going to talk about a new event they're talking about doing next year. I'll just stop now and say I'm okay with it the way it is.
I will say I applaud the thought process of public-private. The project would be delayed years trying to generate the dollars to accomplish this unless we just have a benefactor out there that jumps right up and tells us they love the VNT and they want to contribute or something.
And they can still do that.
And they can still do that. That's absolutely right. We would be more than happy, right, to accept a donation to anyone that wants a little tiny name thing is brought to you by whoever or whatever. But the issue is really, it's a hard pill to swallow. It's a big bunch of money. But if you want it to be the historic, if you want it to match, then we have to bite the bullet and do it. I guess that's the real question.
Why don't we take the roundabout art money, put it with this, and move one arch down to the roundabout and be done with it.
You mean not go out to
Yeah.
calling all artists?
Not call all artists, just forget the RFQ, combine those two monies together and get it done at the roundabout.
Concern I would have, the concern I would have with that, and we talked about this before, was that people are going to want to take pictures under the arches, and we really don't want to encourage people to walk into the roundabout and stand in the middle and do pictures. That I wouldn't want to do that. That would be something I would be concerned about.
And it isn't where the railroad went.
Right, and the railroad didn't go there. It was close, but it wasn't there.
Right. Supervisor Schutte?
I think to help perhaps bring some of the costs down though, and in light of people wanting to take pictures, a structure that's 22 feet high, it's a little bit more difficult to get a good picture, like with close up, and then have the spirit of the arch and what one is trying to convey. I think we could really celebrate the history and celebrate the architecture and the arches, and then keep both of them, but perhaps instead of 22 feet high, bring it down, 12 feet high or something. It's more conducive to pictures. It's more cost effective. It allows us to keep both arches. It's mindful of the budget. Perhaps that could be a compromise.
I don't have any problem. Did you already design it at 22? So would I have sunk costs that I lose because I have to redesign if I change it to 12 feet?
Yeah, Dan Stuckey,
Yeah.
Deputy Director. So basically, I have 100% design plans on my desk for the structure. It's ready to go in its current state. And I will add, I mean, Supervisor Jim kind of asked about this, but right now, this is a very unique project. It's not a bread and butter type of project that we typically do. So it's very difficult to estimate. Obviously, we've reached out, we've done our homework, but until you get into a low bidding environment where people are really sharpening their pencils trying to get work in, it's hard to know what the final number will be. It could be 25% lower, but it could also be 25% higher, right? So I just want to keep that in mind. But yes, to answer your question, it's designed today, it's ready to go.
I keep coming back to a couple of things. One, the purpose of the redevelopment authority and the redevelopment district is to bring people into the district and to revitalize the district. And this project accomplishes both of those things. Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, we could save money by lowering it or reducing it to one arch instead of two. But as long as we're going to do something historically accurate, I would just as soon it stay historically accurate. Because the people who pay attention to that kind of stuff are going to expect it to be historically accurate. The people who look at the restoration of VNT motor coaches and engines look at the preciseness of that restoration. And I think reducing the size is reducing its impact.
Supervisor Horton.
What he said.
Ditto.
Yeah,
If you're
it's
gonna do it,
true.
do it right.
I'm not comfortable with altering the historic size. I'm not comfortable with cutting the blocks up and doing a veneer, but if we have to do something, right? I mean, there's really no way to get around that. But we need to keep it as original as possible if we're going to do this.
And we bid it, we don't have to, I mean, you know, if we bid it and it exceeds the cost, we can reject the bids and wait 6 months and try again.
Add
You know.
alts, you can phase it, you know.
And if it really comes down to it, just do one arch.
Yeah.
We can always change our mind if it doesn't come in within bid.
But I think we should bid it the way it is, the way the plans are now, without changing anything, and let's see where we end up.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that page? The Jack Transit Center, the 70,000. Talk to me where we are on actually having a site or any selection or anything for the transit center.
Dan Stuckey, Deputy Director of Public Works, for the record. So yeah, Jack Transit Center, where we're at right now, we did a feasibility study, which I know, Mayor, you're aware of, sitting on RTC. That is going to be coming back to RTC for presentation of the different alternatives that we've investigated and recommendation of a preferred alternative. That'll come back, I think June is when we're planning on that. This cost here, so the feasibility study is obviously covered in cost. This cost would help progress the design once that preferred alternative is selected and kind of serve as that local match to progress the design. The great majority of the design cost is funded through FTA funds. So that's what we're asking for here.
This is match.
Match.
And you think you're going to spend it and do it in FY24?
I think we'd like the plan. I mean, obviously the discussion that'll happen at RTC will kind of determine where we go with it, but I think we'd like to have the money available so we can progress it in 2023, if possible.
You mean 2024?
Or sorry, yeah,
That's
fiscal year
okay.
24.
We're in 23.
Yeah.
Well, and if after the June presentation it doesn't work, we can always come back and,
Well, part of my thought process is we have undesignated on purpose here too. Instead of guaranteeing you this, you put it in undesignated, then if we like the plan, it can come back here anytime during the year. And we just move it out of undesignated when we see a plan that we may or may not like. That's really what my discussion point is, whether that 70,000 should go into undesignated versus allocating it to the Jack Transit System at this moment in time.
and the 70 grand is specifically for,
Match for a grant.
okay,
Wow.
right, you just said that, sorry.
That's okay. So it's just, I think there's a lot of moving parts to the transit center, right? And I don't just necessarily, there could be a lot of right-of-way, there's a lot more issues with the Jack Transit Center potentially, and I just hate to put it here. I don't mind moving it into undesignated and recognizing that sometime during the year when you have a true plan to present, that we would consider it. So I don't want you to think I'm saying no to transit, because that's not what I'm saying. I just don't think at this moment in time, I'm ready to say you can have 70,000. I think I'd rather leave it in undesignated. And then when we select the potential site or the alternative, and you can then come with a, it's gonna cost us 380. Anyway, I think I'd rather wait till I have a little more solid information. That's all. I'd like to wait for the information, not against the project, just timing. So I think we should move that to drop it into undesignated, and then, because here's the other thing, right? These are things outside of, I want RAC to be able to do its job. And the more that we do here, RAC doesn't get it, because we've already made all the decisions. By dropping it into undesignated, you'll fill out a form, do whatever, bring it to them, they can vet it, and it can come forward to us as a standard redevelopment after they've seen it. So that's my thought process on that. Thank you. Anybody have any more on anything else on this page? Nothing else on this page? Okay, next page. Anybody have any issues or discussion on this page? Certainly.
The exterior door at Foreman Roberts' house, in my mind, since I've been there, and I see the condition of what's going on, I think that should be not only on the list of projects being done, I think it should land above the engine house arches. So at number 4 is a priority. $55,000. Again, having been there, having been dealing with a more than 100-year-old building for a few years now, it would be a surprise if it's more than that. I would like to move the $25,000 in facade over to the facade improvement program, over to the Foreman Roberts exterior door, and evaluate that entire building. I think it's irresponsible to let a building of that significance sit there and be destroyed as it is. We might have a discussion on our last agenda item today as to what's going on with the SHPO grant monies out of the legislature. But my familiarity with that grant, it's pretty easy to get a grant to take care of the shell of a historical building. I think we need to move the exterior door project into the projects, rank it at number 4, and actually evaluate that entire building and make sure that we preserve and restore that building.
I think we're all agreeing to, that's the discussion here. Do we want to fund the door? And unless I'm missing the boat here, everybody's okay with the door. I don't think we actually budgetarily, us, different group, but this board doesn't put a priority number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're not, it's unnecessary to rank the priority order. But I don't think anyone has an issue with the 55,000. I think we all agree with you that that door needs to be fixed.
I think we need to make sure we have substantially more than 55,000. That's why I suggest the facade improvement money as well. And that may be a rack decision, but in my mind, I need to plant the seed somehow to get that building taken care of.
So I'd say something different. Again, they'll go out to bid if the 55,000 isn't sufficient to correct the door. They'll bring it back and ask for additional undesignated dollars to meet that need. So I see what you mean.
I
Okay.
think, though, you missed the point of what I said. We need to evaluate that entire building, not just work on that door.
And facility and
I've been there.
condition.
I will add, Supervisor White, that when we did the facility condition assessment study 2-3 years ago now, that building was assessed. This is one of the projects of many that came out of that assessment. So there are a number of improvements that are in the queue to be done there. And so I wanted to make sure you had that background.
Can you get me that information?
Absolutely.
Because I'm very interested in this building becoming A1 shape as soon as possible.
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte?
I just have a question about back to undesignated and, for example, grants perhaps that could go toward Robert's house, some of the other projects. If money isn't specifically put into a particular project and it's moved to undesignated, does that interfere with the ability to go after grants or the matching funding? Does it influence?
No.
In terms of matching funds?
No, someone could,
I just wanted to make sure.
I mean, the rec could come to us and say, I want to allocate 20,000 from undesignated because I'm applying for the grant and I want to use it as match.
Right.
Okay.
The RAC could be approached if a grant comes up, to your point, Supervisor White, if a grant comes up to repaint the exterior and it's 100,000 and you need a 20% match, they could.
So the fact that it's not earmarked in a specific area doesn't reduce the ability to use it for a grant. Okay.
Or for anything.
Well, I understand
Permission
that,
to
but
do a
sometimes-
grant by this body in the first place.
Right, okay, I
So
just wanted to
when
make
we
sure.
approve grants, they usually have a match component. Well, not, almost everything requires our approval for a grant. So when they bring the grant to say, can I go apply to SHPO to paint the Foreman Roberts house and it requires a 10% match, when they bring us that grant, we identify where we're potentially going to take that.
And it doesn't need to be
match from.
earmarked prior.
No,
Excellent.
absolutely
Just wanted to
not.
make sure, thanks.
No, absolutely not. Often, we don't have, well, we don't even know we have those grants sometimes till halfway through a year, right? So, the transit center, those grants, not transit center, the transit fund grants from the FTA are a little bit different because they're formula grants. So that's why I said I want to be fully transparent. But again, they still have to bring the projects forward to ask us, just like they are doing today for the bus, right? And so then we'll say, yes, provide the match. So when they bring the projects forward, we gotta cough up the books to go with it. So, but that is a formula grant. So just want to say that. Stacy?
Where are we? You didn't get your answer?
No, I said
No?
Well, you just let that a whole formula grant. So then, when you said that there's something, it's a little bit different or a little bit more specific. I just want to make sure that even in a formula grant, that the specificity isn't that moving monies doesn't reduce opportunities, and it doesn't sound like it does. So just because with grants, things can be so specific, and
In
so I
fact,
just want to be very mindful.
Is the most flexible we can be.
Perfect. Great, thank you.
We can put it, not ending fund balance, undesignated.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Where are we with undesignated? Speaking of which, what's our undesignated number?
Looking at this slide, and I'll have Sherry tell you based on her input, what I wanted to do on this item is basically get your input on the discretionary funding. Sherry has the hard numbers on the overall budget. That said, the 1.6 million was unexpected. We didn't know at the time of RAC, which is why these projects are in front of you right now. But you assume these all would be funded, correct?
Sorry, my mic's not working either.
Long day.
Yes, I have a slide that shows what the undesignated will be if all of these are included.
And what is that number?
It is,
Because if we're going to talk about approving this, I just kind of want to know where we are with undesignated.
for 2023, 79,187, and for 2024, 121,892. So about $200,000.
So we'd have about
Doesn't make any sense.
the
So,
two combined.
so for 23, it's 79,187. If that's unused in 23, it would roll forward to 24. So for 24, if we're talking about getting spending more money, having everything, even the 70,000 that we moved, having everything would be 200,000 total, 23 and 24 undesignated.
And the 70 is in that, or there would
No.
actually be 270 then?
270, yeah.
Okay. So my question on the HVAC was, didn't we use ARPA funds for HVAC? And I guess that
Thank you.
didn't include this building? And if it didn't include this building, are we using the ARPA funds for buildings that are a higher priority?
That's correct. Yeah, there was about, we're still not done with all the ARPA HVAC projects. There's a couple still in the queue, but I think there's about 10 different, and they were all ranked higher.
Than this.
Yeah.
And do you think you're going to have any savings from that ARPA funds in the HVAC?
So we update our projections, every time, obviously, we bid a
Right,
job and all that. And we have projects in the queue that should cover that amount that was allocated for HVAC.
They'll just pull another one up, is what you're saying, until you
The
spend.
projects that we have designated right now, we believe at this time will use all the money.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to talk about the additional 10,000 for the mural and music festival. I think that RAC has been very clear. We moved an additional 25 in from the year before. This 10,000 is to make it extra special. It's not necessary for the event. And I'm not willing to approve that without it being RAC approved. They have been very clear. We upped our arts and culture to 50,000 from 25. I don't want to do this outside of the RAC approval. So I just don't want to do that. I think we are working hard to be, and I certainly support arts and culture, but everything has to be in its balance. Everything has to be in the circle of life here. And so I don't support increasing the allocation to that board, because not only would the board not get the increased allocation, they're getting told what to spend it on to the Arts and Culture Board, as you have put it in the budget. That's not the purpose of the Arts and Culture Board. It's to let them determine the use of their 50,000. So one would be circumventing RAC, and two, I would be circumventing the Arts and Culture Commission. And so I'm not willing to do that. So I think the 10,000 can't be funded. They have every right. I know it'd be close. I don't know if you have a meeting scheduled. That's beside the point. They can go through the regular process, right, and go apply, and that's fine with me, but not us doing it, right? So, okay, everybody okay with that discussion? Okay, everybody agrees. Is there another one? Or we have it all? Oh, and the 1.1 million, you'll do the same with the FY 23 undesignate, get it all into 24, so the 1.1 million's whole.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, either way, it's going to end up there anyway, so I can do that.
but we won't be taking a separate FY 23 action. It'll all be in the 24 action. Right now, it's 100,000 and $1 million from the prior year, so we're good. Okay, anybody else? Did somebody have a question on the paint, interior paint?
I
Somebody-
did
you
not recommend the paint. I
Why?
had talked to Dan Stuckey about what was the higher priority between the HVAC and the interior paint, and the HVAC's the higher priority. We're getting pretty tight on the undesignated, and so I wanted to have a little more of a cushion. So it's not to say it's not a good project, but I'd rather have a little bit of the cushion and see,
You'd rather
just
push
get a
that
little
into
farther
undesignated and we'll wait till the
Exactly.
HVAC comes through?
Exactly.
Good
I'm
with that?
okay with that. You can push that into undesignated too. Everybody else
Yep.
okay? Okay, put it in undesignated. All right, did we get it all? Okay,
So on transit, is
Comments.
transit being moved to undesignated?
70,000 to undesignated.
Okay, and the interior paints to
and-
undesignated, and
no
arts
to
and
the mural.
culture is a no. Understood. Thank you.
Okay, nope, I have to take public comment.
Yeah, go ahead,
Then
then
you
I'll
can
count
do
it.
that. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
I move to incorporate the can you put that back
Just
up?
say as discussed on the record.
Well, that's not what I wanted up, but that's okay. I move to incorporate the discussion on the record here and approve the fiscal year 2024 redevelopment budget.
Not the budget, not the budget, the
sorry.
undesignated, I know.
You've the motion was to incorporate the recommendations of RAC into the fiscal year 2024 redevelopment budget with the following changes. The transit, 70,000 for the transit center will be moved to undesignated. I'll go right back. The 12,000 for the Foreman Roberts House fence replacement will be funded. The 55,000 for the Foreman Roberts House second floor door will be funded. The community center HVAC will be funded.
Will not be.
And the arts and culture will not
She's
be
just
funded.
saying what is funded.
Okay, that's fine. What she
Okay.
said, you got it?
And move the facade improvement money to the Foreman Roberts.
No, we didn't
55,000.
decide that. We
I
can
wouldn't agree
discuss
to
that on the next item if you'd like, in the regular budget. This is the,
Do you want me to restate that, tomorrow? Are you good with what? I heard hope, so good. Okay, so that's my motion. Sorry.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Shooty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Let the record reflect it was 4-1. Supervisor White saying no. Okay. I think he meant to do it on the next item on facade, but we'll talk about that. We're now on to agenda item 26A, discussion and possible action on the proposed Carson City Redevelopment Authority 2024 tentative budget and capital improvement program. Ms. Russell.
Thank you. Sherry Russell Benaboo, Chief Financial Officer for the record. We'll go through this fairly quickly since Hope did most of my work on the last item.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
The fiscal year 24 highlights, property taxes, the assessed valuation increased 11.7% for redevelopment. Property tax caps stand at 3% and 8% for commercial, 3% for residential. And property tax revenues are expected to increase by about $94,774 for 24. The very few personnel changes, projected to increase 31,806, so just merits and COLAs. There are some turnover savings from the prior year. Service and supplies are projected to increase a little bit. It's 51,000, and that's basically due to incentive payments increasing a little bit. Capital projects, which are currently in the tentative budget as undesignated, are $2,001,747 for 24. On the next slide, this is what you guys are used to seeing. It's got the 22 actuals, the 23 estimated ending, and then the proposed budget. And then to further break that down, I always show you the district breakout, which just lets you know how we're spending our money, if we're favoring one district over the other. And so we kind of already went through a lot of this stuff. But at the end, at the bottom of the next page, you'll see there's a $20,003 difference between District 1 and District 2. That is amazingly close. I think like last year was 245,000. So we're really not favoring any one district the way we're going to spend money in 2024. And then this is the 5-year breakout of the expenses. And I did, as I said, incorporate everything that Hope had in her item in this projection just to show you what would happen if we spent all of the money. So in 23, you can see I reduced the facade improvement by 25,000 and increased the downtown gateway feature there by 25,000. So that's now 50,000. And then there is a facade application out there.
Huh? Keep going.
Okay.
It's in my packet.
And in 24, we did that as well. We decreased the facade improvement program by 25,000 and increased the downtown gateway feature to 75,000.
We don't have the same thing, but keep on going. Keep on going.
Man, I'm sorry.
Nope. Keep going.
Another timing difference between printing them.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. So like I said, that 60,000 there that's highlighted, we'll reduce that down to 50 and let the 10,000 drop to undesignated. On the next page, these are all the projects. So that 70,000 per your last item will drop to ending fund balance. And then the 163, 185 for the interior paint will drop that to ending fund balance too. Or I'm sorry, undesignated. Yes, undesignated. So, so with some quick math here, I came up
And you'll
with.
take the arts and culture back down to 50.
Yes.
That was on the prior page.
Yes, so with some quick math here, your undesignated at the end of 24 would be 365,047. Initially, I did leave that 1 million in 23 just to, you know, for some flexibility if they started early, but I can move it to 24. That's fine.
And then the only other thing on the record, again, earlier, we discussed the community center ADA access. I just, on the record, opened that up. I don't know which funding source we'll end up with, but on the record, certainly it qualifies within this fund. I'm just putting it out here. Also, put it in both sides. So wherever we most appropriately, based on the cost and all of that. So anyway, it's just open discussion item in case it fits here better.
Yeah. So I can drop in 23 on the slideshow there, I can drop that million, and so the ending fund balance would be 1.6, and it'd be beginning in 24 1.6.
Perfect.
So the next steps are the same as the previous Carson City budget. On May 18th, we incorporate these changes into the final budget and have our hearing and approval. And then on June 1st, it's due to the state.
So the discussion item, I'll try and help a little bit facilitate a discussion. I know it's near and dear to Supervisor White's heart. I think it's what he was trying to get after on the last item. In this portion, we are funding the facade improvement program with 25,000.
For 24.
The discussion point is here is, do we want to continue facade improvement programs? And that's the discussion point. We've had it for years. Is it doing its intended purpose? 25,000 only gives us one project opportunity. Well, potentially, because it's a maximum of 25,000. And so as the years have gone, is it really something we want to do, or would it be more important to throw that down into undesignated and have money additional for things in case the door came in too high, in case we wanted to do the ADA for the community center? Do we really feel the facade improvement program is hitting the mark anymore after all these years? The applications are practically nil. Even the last one that was funded is they didn't even know about it or really think about it, but we told them, so they came to apply. So I again, always want to be mindful of the money that we have. Are we putting it to its best resources? Are we reviewing what we're doing every few years and saying, is this still the right thing to do, the facade improvement? So I bring that up on behalf of Supervisor White. No, and I really believe it too. Supervisor Giomi.
So my feeling with this facade improvement program has always been the same, that it de facto ends up in undesignated if there are no applications. The purpose of the redevelopment district is to improve the redevelopment district. And I think this directly speaks to that and allows people to leverage funds they may not otherwise have access to redevelop a property in the redevelopment district. And if we don't get an application, it essentially falls to undesignated, and a year later we get to do with it as we please. So,
It drops standing fund balance.
well, it
but
drops standing fund balance and we
it's
can
not-
move it to undesignated.
But we don't have the
Actually-
opportunity to spend it during the year if we
No.
don't get an application.
Well, we could
That's
we could if there were a need when we're doing the mid-year augmentation, we could adjust it then if we had an issue that came up and we didn't have any funds. But if we don't use it, it goes to ending fund balance and can then be moved to undesignated in the following year. Anyway, that's my belief. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's my belief.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'm going to suggest you leave the 25,000 in fiscal year 24 because I think there's There's nothing to say that the Foreman Roberts House can't be the recipient of
Right.
that 25,000.
Okay.
And that could be something where in looking at the assessment that was done that Dan Stuckey referenced, there's an improvement and a good opportunity to use that money. I also would want to give RAC the opportunity to weigh in on this conversation. So since we've already reduced it down to 25,000, we have what could be a good candidate. I think it's a good discussion, but I'd like to give RAC the opportunity to participate in the discussion.
I don't have a problem with that. I just
Well,
think
and-
the long-term, every goal and everything that we have should be looked at and reviewed. I don't have a problem with that.
And,
Just
you know, to
Supervisor Wade.
reiterate, since I've been on this board, I've objected to the facade improvement program for philosophical reasons. I don't think it's appropriate to put taxpayers' money in a private piece of private property. This year's push from me is to put more money in that exterior work at Foreman Roberts beyond the door and move it to this year. If staff has the bandwidth to get to it. I am, if we can come to, I guess you call it at least a tacit agreement, that we can work towards that, I will forego my consistent no vote on the facade improvement program and go along with the whole deal if we can agree that we're going to put that money into the Foreman Roberts house,
Which money?
the facade improvement money.
Well, I'm going to say there's a different problem. The facade improvement program has matching requirements and things of that nature, of which I do not believe the Foreman Roberts House could come up with the money,
Well,
which
it's
is
already
why I
got-
suggested it go to undesignated so they could apply without match. Now that I'm being a little more forthcoming here, the objective is to let RAC make the decisions in the undesignated and call for projects. When you force it into a line, it has to meet those conditions or it cannot apply. And so I was just suggesting if we want Foreman Roberts House to be able to access those funds, it cannot be in the facade line unless they magically come up with match.
Well, they have
So-
55,000, but
Not 25,000. Anyway, I just wanted to make it more flexible. Not saying a facade person couldn't come in. Anybody could and ask to have money come out of the undesignated. I was just trying to make it more flexible than finite, but I could live either way. If that makes sense. I'm not preventing a facade program. I'm just not forcing the allocation so that Foreman Roberts could apply if they want
well,
to.
I would be good with that if that line moved into undesignated then.
Well,
She just calls for
Couldn't you make
projects.
the argument that the cities come up with a match?
I'm saying pursuant to the rules that the current facade program has, not suggesting all the other, it's hard cash.
Right. And we're
What
going to
cash?
spend $67,000 on the Foreman Roberts
Oh,
house.
on the door, you're saying,
That-
and the fence.
Yeah, don't be surprised.
Okay.
I've been
well,
there.
I'm just trying to make things more flexible in redevelopment, but, okay. Ms. Budge,
Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I have a couple
they need
questions.
millions.
So the Foreman Roberts House, according to the deed, is a city park. So we
Private
typically take care of, the exterior of the facility. I think if we did any improvements this fiscal year, we could easily do the fence. But there are SHPO covenants on that land, so it sometimes takes 6 to 8 months just to get approvals through SHPO. So I don't want, even if the money's there, we may not be able to have a green light from SHPO, like for the doors, for instance. So I don't want to create unrealistic expectations. And then when you say who's going to apply, I just want to be clear, are you looking at the Historical Society? We do have an agreement with them. Or are you looking at the city to look at the facility assessment reports and apply for projects that way? Or
If I
both?
put it in undesignated, the city would be doing projects just like they do now that
Okay.
you just did for the Foreman
I just wanted
Roberts.
to be clear if we needed to do
Yeah.
any additional coordination with the Historical Society or if that's what you were envisioning. I just wanted to make sure we were on the
No,
same
I
page.
was trying to make the dollars more flexible so the city could access them.
Okay.
But it's okay. That's all. And again, at Snow Hill, I'm okay with you leaving it 25,000 in the facade. I'm just saying it's been dollars that have been designated that are not getting used. And so anyway, I'm okay either way. But if we don't ever discuss it, we don't ever address the issue either.
Well, I guess I'm still on the side of, if it makes it more accessible to the
City.
Foreman Roberts house, then let's put it in undesignated.
You don't know of any? There's nothing in the queue, right? Right.
Yeah, just the 22 this year. So that with that in the queue, if it's not paid out by June, I
It'll
will
roll
roll
forward.
forward that
Right.
money. Usually I just let it drop to fund balance, like Stacy said, but you're going to see that roll forward.
Right, because it's obligated.
Right, exactly.
It's obligated. So I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, we need to pay anything we obligated, absolutely.
Isn't the conversation about the facade back under, isn't that the discussion that we need to have with RAC?
I said I was okay with that.
Correct, I am too, so I think it's important to, and I honestly, I think there is merit to the facade program, and I think it plays an important role. I also, though, would be comfortable with reducing the facade to 25,000, and then have that other 25 go toward other, undesignated. I think that might be a good compromise.
Well, we're only down to 25. We've already taken
No, I
25.
know this year.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So right. But just, I think it's a good, and maybe that's where I'll leave it. I think that RAC should be given the opportunity to determine whether the program should remain or whether they feel it'd be more germane to have it more flexible than forced into a line item. That's what I'm getting at. So I'm okay with letting RAC have that discussion to make recommendations to us.
So I can leave the budget as it is for now, and once RAC makes those decisions, we can do it during the first round of augmentations and put facade wherever it's decided. If it's undesignated or if, whatever's decided, we can fix that during the first round of augmentations and just leave it how it is now until
the other
until
changes
RAC
that we made.
decides. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, with the other changes, of course.
Okay. Let me see if there's any public comment. I know I have to ask. It's crazy, right? Okay, seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
I move to approve I had it on. I move to approve the proposed tentative budget and CIP and direct staff to implement the changes that we discussed on the record today and return to the board with the final budget for adoption at the 18 May 2023 meeting.
Second.
Yep, we do. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Thank you. Great discussion. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 27A, discussion on possible action for the execution of an acknowledgement of satisfaction of our promissory note as of March 31, 2023, being fully satisfied, all amounts owed under the January 1, 2012 consolidated promissory note and the proposed execution and recordation of substitution of trustee and full reconveyance documents to the release the deeds of trust and the note as recorded against the property. Does any member have a question on this? It's pretty much gotta tell everybody that he paid it. Anybody, no questions? Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Shooty, did you make that motion? Oh, 27A. Okay, go.
I move to approve the execution of the acknowledgement of satisfaction of promissory note and execution and recordation of the substitution of trustee and full reconveyance documents for the deeds of trust securing the note.
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any no? Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous.
Buried in my pile.
That 3,000 page doc, yeah, ginormous. Oh, sorry. Final public comment, item 28. Do we have any under redevelopment, final public comment? No? Okay, then we are going to adjourn as the redevelopment authority and all of this and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. We're now on agenda item 31A, discussion and possible action on activities for the Dean NID. Open A and B at the same time, I have no issue.
Madam Mayor,
Because they're very
I have a question. Can I make a correction on 19C before the meeting ends?
19C,
Yeah, it's
you're
the-
moving
it's
for
the capital
reconsideration.
improvement. No, it's just a correction. Capital improvement plan.
What is that?
There was an item that's for the courts that said it was a PA system. It's not a PA system, it's actually a video camera system.
Let's start over here. I'm going to reopen agenda item number 19C. You're on recess of your item for just a brief moment.
Sorry.
We're going to reconsider item 19C. I will accept a motion to amend the court's PA system to a video system. So moved. Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Very sorry.
You're welcome. No, happens. Big lists, big lists. We are now back on to agenda item 31A and 31B. They will both be open for discussion, but will require separate motions. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. The downtown NID was created in 2016 and the South Carson NID was created in 2021. The downtown NID takes care of the downtown streetscape enhancement project and the South Carson NID takes care of the South Carson Street Complete Streets project. Based on experience, we are recommending changes to the ordinance and Todd Reese will be discussing those modifications in just a couple minutes. This is the first of 3 meetings that we have to have for neighborhood improvement districts. At this meeting, you received the report of the city engineer's estimated FY24 assessment roll. We identify the cost to be paid for the NID for maintenance. The board directs staff to file the assessment roll with the clerk's office. The board fixes the time and place to hear complaints, protests, and objections, which right now, per the resolution, would be on May 18th. And the board directs staff to provide notice of public hearings pursuant to NRS Chapter 271. Again, those public hearings would be on May 18th. For the downtown NID resolution, I do want to point out that the total maintenance cost for the downtown NID for FY24 is estimated to be $105,950. What was called out in the resolution was what's called the base assessment, which is the assessed amount plus what the city would pay. So I want to put that correction on the record. I don't plan to go in depth on these NIDs. I feel like the board has seen these. That said, I do want to speak to the comments you received at public comment. The downtown NID did ask that you not consider the ordinance, but you're not considering an ordinance. What is on your agenda is based on the experience of working with these NIDs. Some what I'm going to call fairly minor changes are being proposed. And again, Todd Reese will speak to those. What the board is being asked to do is to comment on what Mr. Reese says and then schedule the introduction for May 18th, which is a month away. And so Supervisor Schutte and the mayor did sit with us and the downtown NID board yesterday. And the downtown NID board did feel like they could review everything and provide comments to us by May 15th. I'm sorry, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. We're all going to have a margarita after. Okay, so, right, Supervisor Schutte? That's what we said. So on May 5th. So at this point, I don't think there's any need to change what's before you. Obviously, we want your input on the ordinance, proposed changes or modifications to the ordinance. But I think from a timing element, we're in a good place. No one is not being provided the opportunity to comment, and you have our commitment that we will sit with the Downtown NID Board and review any concerns or comments they have. Todd Reese was at our meeting yesterday as well, and I believe it was a productive meeting. So I just wanted to share those thoughts with you, and with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy District Attorney Reese.
Thank you, Hope. This is Todd Reese for the record. I am going to, the changes to the ordinance and the reasons for the changes to the ordinance have been presented to you in the staff report. I am going to very briefly kind of summarize the process and then hit on the very high-level highlights, and then if you have any questions after that, I'm happy to answer them. Very briefly, the process here, the ordinance is before you, as Hope mentioned, for your comments. It's not here for first reading.
The resolution's before
The
us.
resolution for both the SCNID and the DNID is before you today. And the resolution simply directs that, or A, kicks off the process for the assessments, and B, directs staff to come back with an ordinance making certain changes to the NID ordinances on May 18th. In between that time, I'm happy to consider your comments. I'm happy to consider comments from the public. I'm happy to consider comments from the NID board. I'm happy to discuss the ordinances. With that, the ordinances were enacted back in 2016 and 2021. To some extent, they contained kind of a little bit of an arcane process, setting forth a base assessment, but then saying that reducing the base assessment when the actual maintenance costs were less than the base assessment, to streamline the process and to fix a few technical things and problems that the city was having with it, and also to, in the case of the South Carson Street NID, to provide an administrative fee for the city's time in administering the NID. Those are the primary drivers behind the ordinance changes. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So just for point of reference also, we received late material for item 31A, and I'd like to make a correction on it so there isn't any further misunderstandings. It indicates in there that it's board insurance for directors. It is not DNO insurance. Please, on your copies, mark that to liability insurance, just so that we're all, yes, inadvertently, it says it's board insurance for directors. It's actually their liability insurance policy. So I just want the record to clearly state what that budget is. And then I want to, for the record, talk a little bit about concerns that we heard or whatever from the Downtown NID board, and I want to assure them and everyone here. And so that cooperation in doing this together and meeting both needs. And then they also have a contractual agreement with us that if we make changes to the ordinance, there may be corresponding changes and things that we need to address. And so potentially we want to consider that I'm okay with approving this, but I think potentially we want to add some direction to staff to ensure that you meet with them on or before the May 5th. And I see that Mr. Lapierre has come, and they have committed to May 5th to be able to make all this work for us. And please tell them thank you, how much we appreciate that. So, but I think maybe a little bit of direction just to ensure that we're all on the same page, because I think what I've discovered, it's so fast and furious and everything is moving, and keeping everybody informed and in the same place at the same time is not always as easy to accomplish as we think. So we just really want to go on record to thank the Downtown NID board for all their work and the moving parts. And there are just as many moving parts for us, but if we can get together and do that meeting to bring us back a good product for both entities, that would be wonderful. And I already know you will, but I really think we need to put it on the record just so it's clear. But does anyone else have any questions?
I just,
Supervisor White?
general question more or less, outside of the downtown NID board, have you heard from any of the other property owners or tenants? Anybody else involved in paying the assessments?
I have not, but that's not unusual because this is sort of the kickoff, as I think we've alluded to it. And what happens now is next week, we put out a lot of letters to every single person who's getting the assessment. We put it in the newspaper, we put it on the web, we put it on bulletin boards. So that's when I'll start getting the questions and inquiries. And that's when, if there's any hardship request, we'll inform them how to go about pursuing that. I think I failed to mention at the meeting yesterday, the mayor also participated in the meeting and the city manager. So we had quite a group there with the board of the downtown NID. So we've already really, I think, demonstrated a open door policy, and absolutely will continue to have that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Is there, oh, never mind. Is there any public it is getting late. Any further public comment? You had your shot, buddy. No, I don't know. Try it. Sorry. They changed the batteries. Actually, I saw them come running out and do it, so.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. I appreciate the change to the budget item board. Our stance still is that we weren't given ample time to review the changes. Our legal has been very clear with us that the ordinance and the co-op agreement live together. So you're making a change to one document without changing the other document.
That isn't what I just said. I said they'll both come.
But today you're going to pass an ordinance that
No, I'm
changes
not
the
passing an
original
ordinance. Please, we're not. I promise you, we're not. This is simply a resolution directing staff to bring an ordinance with you.
But this starts the ball without us being able to just sit down and hammer it out before you start the ball. For the downtown NID, there's no crunch in getting the ordinance changed. There's no time frame change. The only big change in this new ordinance is a 30% reserve that doesn't go until 2025. So there's no time crunch right now to pass the ordinance on this, or have the reading on it, or however you want to call it, to start that clock on it. The assessments are fine. We have no issue with passing the assessments. But there's nothing that you're going to pass today for the downtown NID that is a time-sensitive issue that affects anything we're going to do in fiscal year '24. We just ask for the time to sit with you guys before you start the clock. Simply that.
Thank you. Okay. Any further public comment? Don't see any. Supervisor Schutte, are you ready for the motion? She's thinking. It's okay.
So just for discussion, just for clarity, because I found that there was, the misunderstanding in terms of the words used or the language being spoken. And there seems to be confusion or concern about the word resolution versus ordinance and amendments to the ordinance. And by adopting the resolution, how I'm understanding it, so please correct me if I'm wrong, by adopting the resolution, it is in effect saying we can now go ahead and start discussing the ordinance, etc. My motion is I am wanting to go ahead and adopt the resolution, and I want to direct staff to work with the downtown NID for any needed amendments to the ordinance.
And their contract.
And the contract. And that is what I am prepared to make as in a motion. And I think it's in good faith, considering the discussion and also the fact that this does give an opportunity before the NID to sit down with staff. I'm happy to sit down, just to make sure that when it comes before the board for first reading, that everyone is on the same page. And even at first reading, it's not a final reading, there's second reading. So I just want that to be understood. And so I wanted to get that on the record.
Is that your motion? Did you make the motion?
Well, I will
to
make the
understand.
motion.
Okay, so that we can.
But I
thank
just
you.
wanted understood
Yes,
that
as to why.
yeah, Mr. Lapierre, and that you're being heard, and I understand, and I think in good faith, it's happening as it should, for everybody involved, because there is time that's being provided to work through the details. So I move to adopt Resolution 2023-R-8 and direct staff to work with the downtown NID for any other needed amendments to the ordinance and the contract.
Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous on 31A. May I have a motion for 31B? Thank you, Mr. Lapierre.
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-R-9.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. We're now on to 32A. Must have been listening online. Oh, wait, are we ready? Oh, you're missing. Okay, our legislative activity, Mr. Wood,
Good afternoon, everybody.
we're exhausted, go.
I'm gonna make this as quick as possible. So I don't have any new bills to bring to you, but you're disappointed, Supervisor
Gosh,
Giomi.
thank God.
So what I'm gonna do is run through and give you a quick update since the last deadline on what's alive, what's dead, and where everything stands. So the last deadline was the first House Committee passage deadline. 239 bills died, which is a little over a quarter of the bills that are out there. Of the 17 bills that the board has taken action on, 14 of them are still alive. So the 3 that are dead is AB 240, which is Assemblyman O'Neill's home grow marijuana bill. However, we did work on an amendment and hope that we have language that the legislature will accept for next session. Unfortunately, should we choose to request that. AB 297, which is also Assemblyman O'Neill's bill that excluded weekends and holidays from the calculation of the 48-hour period for pretrial release. That bill is dead. And surprisingly, SB 51, which is NACO's bill for pay for elected county officials. That bill died as well.
Can you believe that?
So of the bills that are alive, and I'm going to run through these at the end, I will have a recommendation for the board to reconsider a position that you've taken. But I'll start with AB 20, which is the NDEP bill that opened up potential funding for water treatment and sewer connections. That bill is still alive and passed out of the Assembly, so we're waiting for it to move through the Senate. AB 60, which is the League of Cities bill, which will hopefully make the NID process a little bit easier next time around. It actually passed unanimously out of the Senate or the Assembly this afternoon. AB 104, which gives this Assemblywoman Dickman's bill, which gives incorporated cities an extra BDR. That bill passed out of committee with an amendment at the request of the committee that limits the number of times a city can use it within a 10-year period. So 2 times in a 10-year period so that it's not happening every session.
They don't want us to change the charter every year, doggone, or every session?
Well,
Okay, I know, get an
this
extra
was the
bill.
compromise that was made to, yeah, right. Yeah, but it did pass out of the Assembly, so
Better
the
than
bill
what
is
we had
moving. So there'll be an extra 2 bills at least. AB 213, which the board voted to oppose. This is Assemblywoman Howdigee's bill regarding residential zoning and the permitting process and timelines. The bill passed out of committee with an amendment. However, local governments are still working with the sponsor on that to refine the bill further. So hopefully more news on that to come. AB 235, which the board also opposed. This is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno's bill that requires the payment of prevailing wage for pipe fitting, HVAC, signage, and metal fabrication. Bill passed out of committee and out of the full assembly on a party line vote. AB 258, the board opposed this bill. This is Assemblywoman Bacchus's that regards confidentiality of donors and volunteers of nonprofit organizations. So the bill was passed out of committee without consideration of any amendments from local governments, just to let you know. However, I was supposed to have a meeting with her this afternoon that got rescheduled to tomorrow. So hopefully she will take our considerations to heart. The bill was re-referred to Ways and Means, so it has not gone to the full floor of the assembly, so we still have time to work on this. And stop me if you have any questions.
Did they take the criminal
So
penalties
on
out?
that,
Oh.
they committed to doing it on the record in the committee, but in
they
the
didn't do
first
it.
reprint of the bill, it still has the criminal penalties in it.
We definitely are opposed.
So I will be addressing that with her tomorrow. Yeah. Assembly Bill 429, the board supported this one. It's Assemblyman Gurr's airport funding bill. It has been re-referred to Ways and Means, obviously because it's an appropriations bill. But we're still in support and helping with lobbying efforts on that bill. SB 11, this is a League of Cities bill to allow local governments to use drones for building and fire inspections. Passed out of committee with the amendment that we suggested, and it was passed out of the full Senate yesterday. SB 22, the board supported this one as well. This is NACO's bill to allow for electronic publication of notices. Bill passed out of committee with an amendment from NACO that deals with the contingencies such as a website being down for any period of time during the noticing period, but has not gone to a full vote yet in the Senate. SB 205, the board supported this one as well. This is Senator Hansen's off-highway vehicle bill. It passed out of committee with the amendment that we discussed, but again, hasn't come up for a full vote yet. And the deadline for first House passage on the floor is the 25th, so they still have time to do that. SB 226, this is Senator Canizaro's bill, a prevailing wage bill that expanded the definition of a public work for the purpose of prevailing wage and included language on publicly owned or leased property or any project that includes any public funding. So the sponsor has amended the bill with the intention of addressing the concerns about property that public bodies lease to nonprofits, and instead has directed the bill at financing and leasing agreements that government entities have that the sponsor believes are intended to circumvent the payment of prevailing wage. However, the broad definitions still exist in the bill as it was passed out of committee with the amendment. So I don't think we should change our position on this one. SB 233, this is Senator Canizaro's bill that exempts heavy equipment rentals from the personal property tax. The bill was passed out of Senate Revenue and Economic Development, but was re-referred to Senate Finance. So we're waiting for that second hearing to be scheduled. Just two more, I promise, Supervisor Jiomy.
Does that make it exempt?
It is exempt.
Because it went to finance.
Mm-hmm. SB 338, this is Senator Flores's off-highway vehicle bill. The bill passed out of committee with an amendment. That amendment guts the bill's original language and instead redefines what a large all-terrain vehicle is. So it removed the seating and truck bed provisions from that definition.
Originally, it was had seated side by side capacity of 4, and they want to move the definition to utility vehicle, side-by-side, capacity of 2. The Commission on OHV stands committed to opposing this definition. I know that the program, which I know that seems kind of confusing, you have the commission and then you have the program. So the commission gives direction to the program. The program administrator is still trying to work with Senator Flores to get an appropriate definition. I don't know where they're at with that.
I don't either.
Keep going.
Okay, so the last bill, this is one that I'm going to suggest that the board reconsider its position on. This is AB 14, which the board voted to oppose on February 16th. This is a lieutenant governor's bill that originally required the integration of local government business licensing with the Secretary of State's office. Carson City, along with other local government stakeholders, and the lieutenant governor and Secretary of State worked on an amendment for the bill. The amendment was passed out of committee, so it came out of the committee, amend and do pass. And the amendment removes the requirement for integration, so it gutted that piece, and instead creates the Business Licensing Working Group that will be tasked with studying and making recommendations to the Secretary of State regarding the efficacy of consolidating an electronic business licensing process to the extent practicable, which is a key phrase in the amendment. They are also tasked with evaluating the current system and the availability of IT systems that are capable of accomplishing their goals. The working group will be required to report back to the legislature on their work. The working group will also consist of 3 representatives appointed by NACO, 3 appointed by the League of Cities, 2 representatives are small business owners, a representative of a small business association, and the Chamber of Commerce, a Chamber of Commerce, likely the Las Vegas Metro Chamber. It'll be appointed by the Secretary of State. So with that being said, I think we've turned a bill that required integration flatly into an ability for the business community and local governments to come together and advise the Secretary of State on what this might look like in the future, but also to advise the Secretary of State on their current system and have some advice over the, I think, $12 to $15 million that the Secretary of State's office is requesting to update Silver Flume. So I think we've turned a bad bill into something that can actually be good for local governments. The Secretary of State and the Lieutenant Governor, as well as the committee, are fully in favor of our amendment, and it will be passing with that amendment. So it would be my recommendation that the board reverse its stance from opposition to either neutral or in favor and support. But I'll leave that to your discretion.
I think it's incumbent upon us to always reconsider our position if you have a bill sponsor that works with you and you negotiate a settlement. I'm very pleased to say that I thought both the Secretary of State and the Lieutenant Governor worked with due diligence with all of us, and so I have no issue, and I don't say we reverse course. I would say we would support AB 14 as amended.
Right.
So that the reprinted bill is okay to support, but, okay? All those in favor? Aye. There you go. We're now supporting.
That's all I have for you.
Okay. Is there any public comment on any of the legislative stuff? Don't see any. We're good to go. And then we're on agenda item 33. I know we're all talked out. Anybody have anything that they absolutely have to share?
Sorry.
Of all people.
Look,
So-
I know, sorry, but these are boards I'm on and I want to share what
Yes,
our boards
you
do.
do.
So, I'm
Yes.
your representative there.
Yep.
CTA, you'll remember last year they did the Great Western Steam Up and brought in steam engines from around the country. And now they're looking at doing the same group, Friends of the Railroad, doing a Great Western Rail Car Roundup in September of '24. So they think that this might even bring in more people than the steam engines do. And then, so every even numbered year, they do an event. So 26, they do the steam engines again, and 28, the rail cars again. So there's that. Statina's Pay Dirt, the gravel bike race, expecting about 700 riders, is about a 25% increase. That's coming up in May 20th at Fuji Park. October 4th through 6th in Mills Park, a Ford Bronco event, classic Broncos, old Broncos. And that's it there. On the water side, Carson Water Subconservancy District approved an $80,000 emergency grant to Carson Valley Conservation District in the city to fix the Buzzy's Ranch Trail, which is in Lahontan now, because it's flown away. Water year, crazy water year. 291% of average for precipitation for the year. Snowpack at 320% of average. Blue 2017, which was records, off the charts, literally off the charts.
Talk about that Southern Nevada statistic.
Yeah, and Mount Charleston, we're 320% of snowpack. Mount Charleston is 14,500% of snowpack. 14,000%.
Yeah, because they
of
get
normal
practically
snowpack.
nothing and they got a
Correct.
ton, right?
Lahontan, here's a trivia question for you. Any idea what the capacity of Lahontan is? You
Not
can't
enough.
answer. 308,000 acre feet. They're predicting 1.1 million acre feet to reach Lahontan. So
They better
Churchill
open those
County
gates
is,
early.
well, they're doing another weir, another V
release,
channel, another
right?
weir.
Yeah.
Churchill County is very concerned, righteously very concerned.
Yeah. No kidding.
Over 3 times, almost 4 times the normal
Wow.
is what it's
They're gonna dig
expected.
another channel
They're doing it
beyond the
now.
one they did the
should,
last time?
they should open the new channel, May, what did they say, May 14th? May 20th?
Holy
They're
cow.
trying to get one open.
So
They're doing-
Are they gonna have to cross 95 again?
Well, they're worried about 95. No, they put stuff under 95 before. They have 4
They had it dug
culverts
up?
under 95 when they had it dug up. They're also doing a 6-foot berm around a couple of housing divisions in southern Fallon. They're really, there's some serious potential for some real problems out there.
To hope for another 6 or 8 weeks of winter?
We need to hope for cool weather and that it doesn't go quickly, you know. Even with all that, they're not predicting Tahoe to fill this year. Just because it was so cold and there's so much snow, they don't think it's all gonna even melt. That's it for me.
Mammoth
Anybody
Mountain
else have
closed
anything
down so
we
they
need?
could dig out
Okay.
their ski lifts
Any final public comment for the day?
over the lifts.
With that, thank you all. We are adjourned. Great work, everyone. It was a tough.